Chapter 690, Breaking News. _5. Aunt Lin handed Anai Yang a pair of scissors. Yang, just cut whichever one you fancy, don't stand on ceremony with me. Thank you, Aunt Lin. Anai Yang took the scissors and picked out the roses with the most attractive buds, cutting 36 roses. Then, Anai Yang took out 3 colored pieces of plastic paper and a red string from her bag to wrap the roses. Just a bit of wrapping paper dramatically elevated the roses' appeal. Aunt Lin was amazed. Yang, you're truly impressive. Anai Yang laughed. Aunt Lin, it's the roses that are beautiful to begin with. After wrapping the roses, Anai Yang took out a yuan coin from her pocket and gave it to Aunt Lin. She paid 3 cents per pound for the roses in the village. With 36 roses, including branches and leaves, it was about 2 to 3 pounds. Aunt Lin refused to take Anai Yang's money. It's just a few roses, Yang. If you insist on paying, wouldn't that belittle me? Anai Yang laughed and said, this is what you make a living from, and I can't just take it for free. Please keep the money, otherwise, I won't have the nerve to come over and pick roses next time. Unable to refuse Anai Yang, Aunt Lin reluctantly took the money. Just 1 yuan is too much. These flowers weigh at most 2 pounds. Yang, you must take the change no matter what. Anai Yang took the change, picked up the roses, and rode her bike to the urban area. Mo Chishan no longer lives at the Mo family home, but in his own villa. Anai Yang rode her bike to Mo Kishan's villa and rang the doorbell. Mo Chishan was not a morning person. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning, and the doorbell woke him up, leaving him in a terrible mood. Who could be at the door? His servants hadn't started working yet, and he didn't like to have strangers stay over, so he had to answer the door himself. Mo Kishan's face was taut, and his thin lips were almost a straight line as he climbed out of bed and threw off the duvet. A strong, intimidating aura radiated from him. A disgruntled boss is not a good thing. When Mo Chishan opened the door with his frosty demeanor, he was met with a bouquet of fiery red roses. Happy birthday, brother. A face as beautiful as a painting emerged from behind the bouquet. Contrary to the adage, she even put the roses to shame. Instantly, Mo Chishan lost all his temper. He picked up Anai Yang and asked, Yang, how did you know today is my birthday? Anai Yang, holding the roses in one hand and wrapping her other arm around Mo Kishan's neck, responded, didn't you know I can predict the future? Yang, you're brilliant. Mo Chishan, overjoyed, spun Anai Yang around several times. No one but his parents had ever genuinely remembered his birthday. At this moment, denying his feelings would be a lie. Yang, thank you. Mo Chishan hugged Anai Yang tightly. Why are you talking nonsense? Anai Yang returned, smiling. By the way, brother, besides the roses, I prepared another mysterious gift for you. Can you guess what it is? Mo Chishan rubbed his nose. A tie. No. Anai Yang shook her head. Clothes. Anai Yang continued shaking her head. Perhaps shoes? Anai Yang still shook her head. Despite guessing several items, Mo Chishan got them all wrong. Anai Yang sighed. Brother Mo, you're truly hopeless. Mo Chishan shamelessly responded. I'm dumb, and you're smart. We complement each other perfectly. Only then did Anai Yang produce a gift she had started preparing months prior. Do you like it? It was a wine-colored knitted scarf. Although it didn't look too attractive, it was warm. I love it. Mo Chishan nodded hastily. Yang, did you make this yourself? Anai Yang smiled faintly. Finally, a smart guess. It was her first time knitting a scarf. It took over a month of undoing and redoing the knitting to finally finish it. Oddly, she usually picks up things quickly, but knitting scarves was not one of them. Help me put it on. Sure. Anai Yang nodded, picked up the scarf, stood on tiptoes, and said, just bend down a little. Mo Chishan bent down as instructed, and Anai Yang effortlessly put the scarf around his neck. But at that moment, a cool touch suddenly grazed the corner of her lips. The scent of tobacco filled her nostrils. Light and pleasant. Just as sudden he released her. Anai Yang headed towards the kitchen. Brother Mo, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll do it. Mo Chishan followed Ni Yang's footsteps. Mo Chishan felt that as long as he was there, Ni Yang shouldn't be cooking alone. You're the birthday boy today, how could I let you cook? I'll do it. Ni Yang pushed Mo Chishan towards the door. Quickly go upstairs and get changed. Once you're dressed, we can eat. Chapter 691. All the stars surround the moon, infinite scenery _6. Ni Yang shook her head. No, I just like steamed dumplings and tomato noodles. Brother Mo, you've worked hard. I've worked so hard, shouldn't you reward me a little? Here's a reward for you, a piece of tomato. Ni Yang casually picked up a piece of cut tomato and stuffed it into Mo Chishan's mouth. Mo Chishan, what he actually wanted was a good morning kiss. The Shangguan family. Today is Ni Qihua's first morning at the Shangguan family's house. Although she didn't go to bed until very late last night, she still woke up early in the morning. Today is her first day staying over at the Shangguans. If she were to oversleep, it might not make a great impression. Ni Cuihua pulled away the covers and quietly got out of bed. When Shangguan Dehui beside her suddenly woke up, "Why are you up so early?" Ni Cuihua blushed momentarily. It's already past 7. Sleep a little longer, continued Shangguan Dehui. You can rest assured, our family doesn't have strict rules. If you get up too early, it might make my mom feel like she did something wrong. Shangguan Dehui didn't give Ni Cuihua a chance to hesitate. When Ni Cuihua woke up again, it was already past 10 in the morning. Sunlight shone in from outside the window, and a tall man was standing at the foot of her bed, getting dressed, first the dress shirt, then the wool sweater. Ni Cuihua watched all this happening, then looked out the window again, and suddenly felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't even have dreamed that her life in Beijing would take such a drastic turn. Up already? At this moment, Shangguan Dehui suddenly turned around. Ni Cuihua was caught off guard at first, then she said. Shangguan Dehui took a few steps forward. Do you want to get up now, or sleep a little longer? I'll get up now. Ni Cuihua answered. Shangguan Dehui took out clothes from the cabinet for her. I'll wait for you to go downstairs together. Okay, Ni Cuihua nodded. Then she took the clothes to the bathroom to change. After changing and taking care of her skin, she emerged from the bathroom about 20 minutes later. She was wearing a high-necked wool sweater inside a gray-blue down jacket, which made her look very stylish and much younger than she actually was. They both went downstairs together. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Lady Shangguan leading little Ni Yun inside from outside. The old and the young got along very well. In fact, little Ni Yun had spent last night with Lady Shangguan. Mom, they both greeted Lady Shangguan in unison. According to the local customs, they should start addressing her differently after the engagement. Shangguan's old lady walked up to them smiling happily and satisfied. Good. Mama, seeing Ni Cuihua, little Ni Yun very coolly greeted her. Yun. Ni Cuihua walked over and picked up little Ni Yun. Daddy, hold me. Little Ni Yun stretched out his hand to Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Dehui took little Ni Yun from Ni Qihua's arms. Old Lady Shangguan looked at the harmonious scene in front of her, beaming with satisfaction. She then said, breakfast is ready, let's go have breakfast. Also, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi have gone to work. Dia, don't mind. Ni Cuihua laughed and said, it's okay, work is important. She usually gets along well with the kids and doesn't overthink things, because she knows Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi aren't those kinds of people. Meanwhile, elsewhere, when Zhao Shen woke up, he could hardly believe what had happened last night, but the sight of Lin Fang lying next to him reminded him that the events were not a dream. He really did something that would let Shangguan Farong down. He didn't know what he had been thinking last night, but now, he was deeply regretful. What should he do now? How should he face Shangguan Farong? Just then, Lin Fang suddenly reached out and hugged him. Do you regret it? When did Lin Fang wake up? Zhao Shen was taken aback. Lin Fang continued, I don't regret it. After a pause, she said, if you do regret it, we can pretend that nothing happened. Don't worry, I won't pester you. With that, Lin Fang let go of Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words, as he didn't know what to say at the moment. Rest assured I keep my word, Lin Fang continued. I'll compensate you, Zhao Shen finally said after a long pause. The only thing he could do now was to compensate Lin Feng. I don't want your compensation, said Lin Feng. Zhao Shen, do you know? I really envy Sister Furong. I envy her for having such a good husband like you. The universe is really playing a joke on us. She has you, but she doesn't know how to cherish you. I want to cherish you, but I can't have you. Her tone was full of mockery by the end of it. Xiaolin, Zhao Shen closed his eyes, then continued, we can't continue making mistakes. Lin Feng turned around to look at Zhao Shen. Is love a mistake too? Zhao Shen fell silent. Lin Feng let out a sigh, raised the blanket and got out of bed, picked up the clothes from the floor and started to put them on one by one. Then she picked up Zhao Shen's clothes. Do you want to get up now? I can help you. Zhao Shen took his clothes. I can do it myself. But I want to help you. Lin Feng helped Zhao Shen get dressed and put on his socks, even helped him put on his shoes and tie his shoelaces. Did Sister Furong ever help you like this? No, of course not. Such a domineering person like Shagwen Furong, when did she ever lower her head? In their relationship, Zhao Shen was the one who always made the sacrifice. Zhao Shen never knew that not having to give all the time could be so enjoyable. All of a sudden, it seemed like he wasn't that regretful anymore. After all, Shangguan Furong acted out of line first. Lin Feng was sweet and considerate, much more so than Shangguan Furong. Seeing Zhao Shen's changing expressions, Lin Feng smiled smugly. Then Lin Feng continued, this is probably the first time I helped you, and it will also be the last time. I won't go to your house again, and I won't go to find Sister Furong. These words were a catalyst. Zhao Shen looked at Lin Feng and said very firmly, I don't regret. That's right. He didn't regret it. Shangguan Furong didn't even notice that Zhao Shen didn't return home last night. In fact, over the years, she had just been living her life carelessly and never cared for Zhao Shen at all. Mom, these fried dough sticks seem a bit old. Because Shangguan Furong loved the fried dough sticks made by Lady Zhao, every morning's breakfast was personally prepared by her. The old lady was getting old and couldn't bear the kitchen fumes, but Shangguan Furong didn't appear to care about these things. She only cared about her own enjoyment. Chapter 692, Breaking News. _6. Mo Qishan was led upstairs by Ni Yang. In the kitchen, Ni Yang prepared to cook some longevity noodles. Soon, a bowl of tasty longevity noodles was ready. The accompaniments included an egg, some greens, with a rich pork broth that made everything so delicious. Just as Ni Yang had set the longevity noodles on the table, Mo Qishan, having changed his clothes, came down from upstairs. Brother Mo, come and eat. Yang, aren't you eating? Mo Qishan saw only one bowl of longevity noodles on the table. I already ate at home. Ni Yang said. Mo Qishan went to the kitchen and got another pair of chopsticks. Yang, shall we eat together? Ni Yang, although already full, nodded, sure. This was a small pleasure unique to couples. Such moments would be sweet memories in their old age. After breakfast, the two washed the dishes together and played around for a while, before heading to the Mo family. Mo Qishan biked with her. Yang, don't we look like a young couple going home to visit parents on a holiday? Mr. Mo, please have some shame. Ni Yang was nestled against him. I never said I would marry you. Mo Qishan laughed and looked into the distance. No problem, I can marry you instead. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. You're good with being a live-in son-in-law? Mo Qishan nodded seriously. Yes. As long as Ni Yang was willing to marry him, let alone accepting the role of live-in son-in-law, even if he had to go through hell and back, he would not hesitate. Live-in son-in-law? What's that? A piece of cake. Ni Yang stroked her chin. I'll think about it. Boss, when can you give me an answer? Mo Qishan asked again. Depends on the mood. Ni Yang replied. The sun gradually rose higher, the golden warmth filled the earth, even the chilly wind became more bearable. Before long, they arrived at the Mo family's villa. The two of them walked in hand, Mo's grandmother immediately ran out to hug Ni Yang. Yang is here. Today was Mo Qishan's birthday. The elderly couple knew that Ni Yang would certainly come home with Mo Qishan, so they had been waiting at home early. Auntie. At the side, Mo Chishan might as well have turned into a mass of unattended air. There was a time when he was his grandma's precious child too, but ever since Ni Yang appeared, he had become a worthless piece of metal. Even his grandfather chose to selectively ignore Mo Chishan. Yang, isn't it cold outside? Come here, I made a special milk tea for you, have a taste and see if it's good? What do you mean you made it? I handmade those pearls in it. Grandma Mo was displeased with Grandpa Mo claiming all the credit. If it weren't for me, the milk tea would have been burnt long ago. Mo Chishan, boil milk tea and make pearls? He never knew his parents were so versatile. Upon the enthusiastic invitation by Grandpa and Grandma Mo, Ni Yang ended up drinking 2 whole cups of milk tea. Downstairs was bustling. Mo Baichuan was standing on the 3rd floor. A trace of sarcasm crept up on his face. Cousin, isn't that Ni Yang? And the person sitting next to Ni Yang, isn't that your 6th uncle? Xiao Yingying asked uncertainly. Mo Chishan often stayed away from home, and Xiao Yingying hadn't met him. She had only heard of his reputation. However, she had seen Ni Yang once at the Mo family last time. Yes. Mo Baichuan nodded. Xiao Yingying then asked, is that the loser? Mo Baichuan nodded again. Xiao Yingying looked disgustingly downward. Even if he's a loser, why are your grandparents so happy? Normally, if a family has a loser son, wouldn't it be cause for sadness? Xiao Yingying was somewhat confused. Mo Baichuan explained, my 6th uncle is their youngest child. Usually, the youngest one is the most cherished. Xiao Yingying nodded. By the way, cousin, when are you going to take me to meet Mr. Mog? She had been staying in the Mo family for quite some time but hadn't met anyone who could be Mr. Mog yet. She had asked Grandpa and Grandma Mo about him, but both of them said they didn't know. And it didn't seem like they were pretending. Mo Baichuan then said, you go down and greet them. Xiao Yingying frowned slightly. Who wants to greet a loser? I'm going back to my room to sleep. Mo Baichuan continued, don't forget, you're still living in my grandparents' house. Isn't this place yours and uncle's? Xiao Yingying asked. Mo Baichuan shook his head. Reluctantly, Xiao Yingying had to greet them. She had no choice. Who asked her to be under others' roof? By the way, cousin, are you going out? Xiao Yingying turned and looked at Mo Baichuan. Yes. Xiao Yingying's eyes lit up. Cousin, are you going to see Mr. Mog? I want to go with you. Mo Baichuan reluctantly said, I am going to pick up my girlfriend. Mo Chishan was back. Ni Yang was here too. Such a situation naturally couldn't be without Zhao Jingrong, his former fiancé. He refused to believe that Mo Chishan could still stay calm upon seeing Zhao Jingrong. And when Ni Yang found out that Zhao Jingrong was his girlfriend, she would definitely mess up. He was looking forward to seeing Mo Chishan and Ni Yang's reactions later. You have a girlfriend? Xiao Yingying looked suspiciously at Mo Baichuan. Yes. Mo Baichuan nodded. Xiao Yingying didn't believe that Mo Baichuan had found a girlfriend so quickly. He must be secretly meeting Mr. Mog. Then I'll go with you. Xiao Yingying hooked her arm around Mo Baichuan's, just in time to see what my future sister-in-law looks like too. Yingying, don't be ridiculous. Mo Baichuan frowned slightly. Xiao Yingying smiled and said, I'm not. Mo Baichuan had no choice but to take Xiao Yingying with him. When she saw Mo Baichuan's girlfriend, Xiao Yingying was also taken aback. She didn't expect the other party to be Zhao Jingrong. But wasn't she supposed to be Mo Chishan's former fiancé? The relationships were seriously messed up. The 3 of them came to the Mo family together. When Grandma and Grandpa Mo saw Zhao Jingrong, they were both dumbfounded. What was going on? Zhao Jingrong smiled. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa and Grandma? Grandpa and Grandma Mo became even more confused. Mo Baichuan took the lead. Grandpa, Grandma, 6th uncle, future 6th aunt, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Zhao Jingrong. The words were like a bomb. The shock had Grandpa and Grandma Mo questioning if they were hearing things. What did you say? Grandma Mo was the first to react. Before Mo Baichuan could respond, Zhao Jingrong stepped forward. Grandma, you heard right, I am now Baichuan's girlfriend. Chapter 693. Abuse Shangguan Furong, I want to divorce you. _1 girlfriend? Zhao Jingrong is actually Mo Baichuan's girlfriend? What kind of joke is this? Madame Mo looked at Zhao Jingrong in front of her, so angry that she wanted to slap Mo Baichuan. Put aside what type of person Zhao Jingrong is, just the fact that she was previously engaged to Mo Qixin, he should not be getting involved with her. Old Master Mo was also very angry, pointing at Mo Baichuan and asked, "What's going on?" Mo Baichuan, however, was very calm. "Exactly what you see, I like Jingrong, and Jingrong likes me too." "Bastard!" Old Master Mo clutching his heart, nearly passing out as he gasped for breath. "Break up! You two need to break up immediately." Zhao Jingrong earnestly said, "Grandpa Baichuan and I are genuinely in love. Please bless us." "Genuinely in love?" Madame Mo looked at Zhao Jingrong. "If I'm not wrong, back then, you said that in this lifetime you would marry no one but Mr. Mog. And now they talk about genuinely in love. What a joke." Zhao Jingrong's expression changed. "Grandma, I was young then, and spoke without thinking. Please don't hold that against me. Baichuan and I truly are in love. Please grant us your blessing." Where was the love between her and Mo Baichuan? They were merely using each other. Zhao Jingrong wanted to marry Mr. Mog, and Mo Baichuan just wanted to aggravate Ni Yang and Mo Qixin. However, the usually astute and smart Zhao Jingrong could not have imagined that she had placed her bets on the wrong man. As she said her last words, Zhao Jingrong pulled Mo Baichuan with her onto the floor, kneeling down together. Mo Baichuan subtly glanced at Ni Yang. There was no special expression on his face. Same with Mo Qixin's reaction, it was rather bland. This wasn't quite what he had expected. Were they pretending? From the start to the end, Zhao Jingrong didn't deign to give Mo Qixin a single extra glance. She didn't need to see his face to know that he must be very shocked. He must not have thought that she would end up with Mo Baichuan. Wait, couldn't Mo Qixin be trying to use this opportunity to deliberately cause trouble between her and Mo Baichuan? After all, Mo Qixin still loved her deeply. With this in mind, Zhao Jingrong started to feel a bit anxious. Old Master Mo and Madame Mo, who were so fond of the worthless Mo Qixin, would make things difficult if Mo Qixin tried to cause trouble. With this thought, Zhao Jingrong squinted her eyes, a touch of worry flitting across her gaze. "Dad, Mom." Just then, Mo Qixin weakly piped up. Did Mo Qixin really want to stop her from being with Mo Baichuan? Zhao Jingrong raised her head to look at Mo Qixin. She knew it, Mo Qixin couldn't forget her. He clearly underestimated the situation, still thinking he could pry her and Mo Baichuan apart at this stage. Zhao Jingrong spoke before Mo Qixin could. "Grandma, Grandpa, I know you are mindful of my previous engagement with Mo Qixin, but that was an arranged engagement. I didn't like him at all, there wasn't even a shred of affection. But it's different with Baichuan. Our love is free. We truly adore each other." Zhao Jingrong's words were passionate, so much so that the rims of her eyes reddened. What was Mo Qixin? He simply wasn't worthy of her. It was with great difficulty that she managed to call off their engagement. She couldn't let Mo Qixin hinder her now. Mo Baichuan casually lifted his eyes and looked at Mo Qixin. He knew it, Zhao Jingrong wouldn't let him down. What followed was a big charade. Next second, Mo Qixin continued, "Dad, Mom, since Baichuan and Miss Zhao are genuinely in love, why not bless them instead of making things difficult for the loving couple?" What? Mo Qixin actually pleaded on their behalf? What's going on? He should be objecting to their relationship, right? Zhao Jingrong was a bit stunned. Mo Baichuan was also slightly taken aback. This was a bit different from what he had anticipated. It must be said the reactions of Ni Yang and Mo Qixin were somewhat beyond his expectations. Old Master Mo stayed silent, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. In all his years, he had never seen something like this. The nephew actually ended up with his uncle's fiancée. If word of this got out, wouldn't it just be a laughingstock? "Come with me to the study." Old Master Mo looked at Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan rose from the ground and followed Old Master Mo's footsteps. When he entered the study, Mo Baichuan thought Old Master Mo was about to lose his temper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694. Misery Shangguan Feng, I want to divorce you. _2. Oddly enough, the old master Mo didn't lose his temper, but instead pointed to the chair and said, "Sit down." Mo Baichuan took a seat on the chair. With his back to him, old master Mo heaved a sigh and then asked, "Baichuan, have you really made up your mind?" "Yes, grandfather," Mo Baichuan replied. "I've decided." He never made decisions he would regret later. Now that he had crossed this threshold, he wouldn't turn back. There are so many girls in Beijing, why did you choose Zhao Jingrong of all people? Old Master Mo turned to look at Mo Baichuan. Do you realize that Zhao Jingrong could have almost been your aunt by marriage? In ancient times, this would have been punishable by submersion in a pig cage. By the time he said that last sentence, old Master Mo could hardly control his volume. But you said it yourself, it was almost the case. Mo Baichuan said calmly, Zhao Jingrong and I are of the same age, she comes from a good family, and she has a master's degree from abroad. I don't see what's wrong between us. Grandfather, the past is the past, we have to live in the present. Zhao Jingrong was only betrothed to Mo Qishan, they weren't actually married. At this moment, the old mistress Mo walked in from outside. Do you know what kind of person Zhao Jingrong is? She's vain and doesn't deserve you. The old mistress Mo absolutely didn't like Zhao Jingrong. If she weren't so vain, she wouldn't have broken off her engagement with Mo Qishan. It's not that Jingrong is vain, it's because my uncle couldn't hold on to her. Mo Baichuan continued, if I were in her place, I wouldn't want to marry someone like my uncle either. Who would want to marry a worthless man? The old mistress was so furious that she was shaking all over. Old Master Mo sighed again and then said, Baichuan, are you sure about this? Yes. Mo Baichuan nodded. I've decided. Old Master Mo continued saying, well, since you're sure, there is no point in our talking anymore. You can go now. Old man. The old mistress Mo grabbed the old master's sleeve. Let him go. Old Master Mo sighed again. The fortune of sons and grandsons depends on themselves. Mo Qishan doesn't mind, we should avoid overstepping our boundaries. Stretching out one's hand too far tends to make them disliked. If they end up together, won't outsiders laugh at our family? Said the old mistress Mo. Old Master Mo squinted his eyes. If the Zhao family doesn't fear losing face, why should the Mo family? Today, if it weren't for Zhao Jingrong prostrating on the ground and begging me, I wouldn't have agreed. Upon hearing this, the old mistress felt a bit better. Right? This time it was Zhao Jingrong who took the initiative, not the Mo family begging for her hand in marriage. If outsiders are going to laugh, they'll laugh at the Zhao family's lack of discipline. Old Master Mo continued, besides, they're just dating right now. Whether they will end up together is still uncertain. The old mistress Mo nodded in agreement. Mo Baichuan walked into the living room and helped Zhao Jingrong up from the ground. Somehow worried, Zhao Jingrong asked, why did you come out? How about grandfather and grandmother? Don't worry. Mo Baichuan said, they have agreed to our relationship. The volume of his voice seemed just right to let Mo Qishan and Ni Yang hear. What a pity. The two were like they hadn't heard anything. They sat on the couch, whispering to each other and smiling. Clearly, their laughter was heartfelt. Zhao Jingrong was Mo Qishan's former fiancé. Wasn't Ni Yang bothered by it at all? And Mo Qishan, he didn't react at all to his former fiancé being with his nephew. Jingrong. Mo Baichuan turned to look at Zhao Jingrong. Zhao Jingrong looked at him bewildered. What? Let me introduce you. This is my uncle's girlfriend, Ni Yang. Mo Baichuan brought Zhao Jingrong in front of the two. Zhao Jingrong laughed and said, I had already met Miss Ni once before. The last time in the restaurant, Ni Yang had ridiculed her quite a lot. Mo Qishan said, Yang Yang is now my girlfriend, you two are the younger generation, and should call Yang Yang, aunt according to our family hierarchy. Calling her Missin doesn't sound right. Your uncle is right. Old Mistress Mo chimed in from the other side. Zhao Jingrong had thought that when Mo Qishan saw her, he would be unwilling to let go and cling to her relentlessly. But Mo Qishan had surprised her time and time again. Is he trying to get her attention on purpose? Calling her aunt? Ai Yang looked even younger than her, and the last time at the Western restaurant, they had a falling out. She couldn't bring herself to call Ai Yang aunt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695. Tormenting Shangguan Furong, I want to divorce you. _3. Everyone says that your Zhao family is a prestigious family that attaches great importance to etiquette and upbringing. Now when you meet an elder, you can't even greet them properly. What kind of daughter have your parents raised? Mrs. Mo did not give Zhao Jingrong any face with these words, even cursing Zhao's parents. Zhao Jingrong bit her lip. She knew that Mrs. Mo did not like her, but she didn't expect that Mrs. Mo would be so unsparing. Forget it. Isn't it just a matter of greeting someone? As long as she can successfully marry Mo Baichuan, she is willing to do anything. The day when she becomes Mrs. Mog, there will be plenty of time for them to regret. Zhao Jingrong reacted and said, "Sixth aunt." Ai Yang nodded with a smile and said gracefully, "Good girl." Zhao Jingrong was so angry. This feeling of being lower in rank was suffocating. Thankfully, Mo Baichuan holds a high status. Before getting close to Mo Baichuan, Zhao Jingrong did some research on Ai Yang. She knew that Mo Baichuan had offered Ai Yang an olive branch. But Ai Yang rejected Mo Baichuan. Ai Yang was really blind. She actually rejected Mo Baichuan for a worthless man. I wonder if she will regret it when she knows the true identity of Mo Baichuan. By then, she'd regret it until her guts turn green. Thinking about this, Zhao Jingrong was jubilant. All the frustration vanished. As long as she could marry Mr. Mog, what would a bit of humiliation matter? What about you? Mo Qishan looked up at Mo Baichuan. Sixth aunt. Mo Baichuan reluctantly called out. Good. Ai Yang nodded in satisfaction, completely uplifting the posture of an elder. Speaking of which, Mo Qishan's family ranking is really high. Going by this calculation, when Mo Baichuan gets married and has children, won't she become a great aunt? Then she would undoubtedly be the youngest, most beautiful great aunt in history. Brother Mo, let's go upstairs, I want to play games in your room. Ai Yang turned her eyes to Mo Qishan. Zhao Jingrong was after all Mo Qishan's ex-fiancée, and Mo Baichuan was suspicious. Ai Yang simply couldn't put up with being in the same room with them. It always felt a bit strange. Sure. The two headed upstairs, leaving only Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Mo. Mrs. Mo said, "Dear, let's go to the kitchen to take a look." With Ai Yang and Mo Qishan gone, the two old people also did not want to face Zhao Jingrong. The two old people went to the kitchen together. In the blink of an eye, only Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong were left in the living room. They looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Shall we watch TV? After a long while, Mo Baichuan finally blurted out this sentence. The situation today was really beyond his expectations. His mind was still in disarray. Yes. Zhao Jingrong nodded. After turning on the TV, the two of them sat on the couch watching TV, even though their thoughts had already drifted far away. Just going through the motion. Upstairs. Mo Qishan and Ai Yang sat in front of the TV playing games, and cheerful laughter echoed from the screen. At dinner time, Lin Pingping specifically came back from work to celebrate Mo Qishan's birthday, and she also brought back a cake. Not only did Lin Pingping come back, but even Song Beiqing returned. After all, Mo Qishan was his uncle. Ai Yang, you're still with my Uncle Six? Seeing Ai Yang, Song Beiqing was surprised. Ai Yang was so beautiful, and Mo Qishan had a bad reputation. He thought their relationship wouldn't last long. Who would have thought? Watch your language? Ai Yang gave him a white glance. Call me sixth aunt. Ai Yang is 9 years younger than him. Calling her aunt? He really couldn't bring himself to do it, Thing. Mo Qishan gave him a cold glance. Didn't you hear your sixth aunt's command? Although everyone said his Uncle Six is a good-for-nothing, Song Beicheng felt nervous every time he saw Mo Chishan, very strange. And this feeling came from the bottom of his heart. Sixth aunt. Under tremendous stress, Song Beicheng finally managed to set it. Good. And I Yang nodded happily. Hey, isn't that Zhao Jingrong? Why is she with third brother? Only then did Song Beicheng notice Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong. And I Yang responded lightly, that's your third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law? Song Beicheng was stunned. Lin Pingping was also stunned. You mean Zhao Jingrong? Zhao Jingrong is with third brother? Song Beicheng eagerly asked. Yes. And I Yang nodded. Song Beicheng looked stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696. Abusing Shengguan Furong, I want to divorce you. _4. Oh my gosh. Isn't this a total mess? Lin Pingping followed up, what's going on? Well, N.I. Yen raised her eyebrows slightly, Sister Pingping, you should ask the people involved. From an observer's standpoint, there was certainly no love between these two people. It must be a mutual arrangement. But N.I. Yen could only speculate and didn't want to say more. Who knew what kind of act these two were putting on? Lin Pingping and Song Beicheng approached them. After finding out that Zhao Jingrong and Mo Baichuan were dating, Lin Pingping and Song Beicheng were genuinely surprised. Song Beicheng quietly pulled Mo Baichuan aside and whispered, Third brother, are you really involved with Zhao Jingrong? Mo Baichuan slightly nodded. Song Beicheng continued, Third brother, don't you think this is somewhat inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Mo Baichuan asked knowingly. Song Beicheng said, Zhao Jingrong, she once had a relationship with Uncle Six. Mo Baichuan remained calm. That's all in the past. Beicheng, don't be so narrow-minded. It was only an engagement, nothing to be concerned about. With Mo Baichuan's words settling the issue, Song Beicheng didn't say anything more, just asking, do Uncle and Annie know about this? Mo Baichuan responded, they don't know yet, but I have a way of getting their approval. If Mr. and Mrs. Mo won't object, then Mo Rongping and Xiu Jiao wouldn't stand a chance of doing so. As long as you've thought this through. Song Beicheng patted Mo Baichuan's shoulder. Although Lin Pingping was shocked too, she didn't say much. After all, it was Mo family's affairs and she was just Mrs. Mo's niece. At this point, she deemed it inappropriate to say more. After the meal, everyone sat around conversing. Lin Pingping suggested, the weather's nice today. Why don't we all go to the racetrack for a few laps? Beijing has a large racecourse that caters to the rich for their amusement. The racetrack wasn't far from the Mo family's domicile. Sounds great. Zhao Jingrong nodded in agreement. Equestrianism is an aristocratic sport, so someone like N.I. Yen, who hails from the countryside, surely wouldn't know how to ride. Thus, she planned to shine in front of everyone. I also think it's a good idea. Xiao Yingying was naturally playful. Fortunately, Song Beicheng happened to be present today. If she couldn't hook up with Mr. Mog, Song Beicheng was a pretty good choice too. Although he couldn't compare with Mr. Mog, Song Beicheng was the sole descendant of the Song family. Moreover, Song Beicheng was handsome and from what you could tell, he had great potential. Having an extra spare tire wasn't a bad choice either. Yang, how about you? Lin Pingping looked at N.I. Yen. I'm okay with that. It feels like ages since she last rode a horse. What about you, big brother Mo? If you're okay, then I'm okay, Mo Chishan said. Uncle and Auntie, would you two want to join the fun? Lin Pingping then turned to Mr. and Mrs. Mo. Even though this old couple was not as young as they used to be, they had experienced real battlefield when they were young. Mrs. Mo glanced at Mr. Mo. Why not join in for the fun? Okay, Mr. Mo nodded. It's rare that all the kids are home today. They all headed to the racetrack. Mo Chishan took N.I. Yen to change her clothes. Men always change faster than women. When Mo Chishan came out after changing his clothes, N.I. Yen was still in the changing room. Soon, everyone met up at the horse arena. At the arena, Mo Baichuan ran into a few classmates, so they all decided to go horse riding together. Of course, the more people, the merrier the horse riding. Mo Chishan led Ni Yen over from the other side. Ni Yan's appearance undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. She usually dressed in Chong Sam's, so now dressed in a sleek riding outfit she looked radiant. She radiated majesty and stunning beauty. She was incredibly eye-catching. In her British-style riding outfit, a white shirt with a blue vest, and a pair of leather boots hugging her slender legs, she moved with plenty of gusto. Seeing everyone was staring at his wife, Mo Chishan suddenly regretted agreeing to come to the racetrack. At that moment, all Mo Chishan wanted to do was to fold Ni Yen up like a tortilla, put her in his pocket, and forbid anyone from peeking at her. Xiao Yingying had originally thought she would be the most good-looking one in riding gear, and she had just been parading around in front of everyone, indeed attracting a few gazes. But upon seeing Ni Yen, Xiao Yingying instantly gave up that thought. She even started feeling a bit inferior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697. Abuse Shangguan Furong, I want to divorce you. _5. This self-employed woman, really annoying to no end. Zhao Jingrong squinted her eyes. This Ni Yang, lacking in ability, sure knows how to play the part. What use is beauty? Can beauty stand in for equestrian skills? The coach led over a few horses for everyone to choose from. These horses were all raised here by the Mo family. They'll take this one. Zhao Jingrong picked a tall and majestic horse, looking towards Ni Yang. Ant 6. Beginners shouldn't choose horses with too tempestuous a temperament. I think that one might suit you better. Zhao Jingrong pointed at a small pony half the height of a man, continuing, this pony has a gentle temperament, perfect for beginners. Her words seemed to be for Ni Yang's benefit. But in reality, she was mocking Ni Yang. No need. Ni Yang led a black horse by its reins. I can ride. She can ride? Zhao Jingrong felt like she was witnessing a magnificent joke. Ni Yang can ride? This pitiful self-employed woman can ride a horse? You're bragging somewhere else. Before Zhao Jingrong had a chance to respond, Xiao Yingying jumped in. Since Miss Ni can ride, how about a little friendly competition? The spotlight of the horse riding show had been snatched away by Ni Yang, and now, Xiao Yingying was keen to bring it back to herself. The equestrianism she had trained for. She aimed to defeat Ni Yang. Ni Yang gave a faint smile, looking at Xiao Yingying with sparkling eyes. How do you propose we compete? Xiao Yingying pointed at the racetrack. Well, use this as the finish line. We go through these obstacles, first one to reach wins. The obstacles were set in a U-shape. After a full round, the finish line was the same as the starting point. The obstacles were extremely challenging. For ordinary people, it could take 20 minutes to finish. But for Xiao Yingying, 10 minutes was more than enough. When the time comes, she would certainly shine. Okay. Ni Yang nodded slightly. Zhao Jingrong's relationship with Xiao Yingying was quite good, and knowing that Xiao Yingying didn't like Ni Yang either, she was happy to have someone else to suppress Ni Yang together, and purposefully asked, Yingying, how long do you need to get through these obstacles? 10 minutes. Xiao Yingying answered. On hearing this, the surrounding gasped. 10 minutes. If Xiao Yingying truly could complete the obstacles in 10 minutes, she would stand as a woman of gallantry. Ant 6, what about you? Zhao Jingrong looked at Ni Yang. Ni Yang absent-mindedly put on her white gloves. That's hard to say. She hadn't practiced for so long. Zhao Jingrong's eyes were full of mockery. These obstacles weren't easy to get through. When Ni Yang falls off the horse, it will be a fun sight. Are you ready? Let's start. Xiao Yingying climbed onto the horse, looking down at Ni Yang with disdain. Ready. Ni Yang tugs the reins, about to mount. Her foot slipped and she almost fell over. Indeed, she had grown rusty. Ni Yang sighed softly. All of this was seen by Zhao Jingrong. She knew all along, Ni Yang definitely can't ride a horse. She's finally going to make a fool of herself. Ant 6, be careful, this horse is so high, it's no joke if you really fall. Zhao Jingrong eyes filled with schadenfreude. Actually, I really think that little pony suits you. Ni Yang rubbed her chin. This horse seems to be a bit wary of strangers. But it didn't matter, she had ways to control it. At her words, Zhao Jingrong's face humorously broke into a sneer. She actually had the cheek to say that. Shameless. Xiao Yingying had a great start, clearing several obstacles, and leaving Ni Yang far behind. Xiao Yingying looked back at Ni Yang, her face full of smug smiles. What's Ni Yang? A country bumpkin trying to steal her spotlight? The horse Ni Yang chose was very fiery, a few times even seeming to buck Ni Yang off, causing everyone to gasp in fear. Uncle Six, aren't you worried about Aunt Six? Song Beiqing whispered to Emo Qishan. Emo Qishan's gaze was locked on the figure on the racetrack. Why the rush? It only just began. Xiao Yingying had already completed 1/3 of the obstacles. Seeing Ni Yang almost getting bucked off the horse, she began to laugh triumphantly. Just then, Xiao Yingying felt a gust of wind rushing past her side. Its speed so fast it left only a shadow. The air echoed with the clippity-clop of horse hooves. Looking back in disbelief at the sound of horse hooves, Xiao Yingying saw no sign of Ni Yang behind her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, Abusing Shangguan Furong, I Want to Divorce You. _6. Was that fleeting figure Ni Yang? No way. Xiao Yingying's face turned a bit pale as she spurred her horse to catch up, but the other party was too quick. My God, she jumped over 2 obstacles. She's standing up on the horse. This is too amazing. Everyone had thought that Ni Yang was not adept at riding horses, but this stunning performance was truly a surprise. Even professional coaches might not have such skill. Everyone's eyes were glued to the figure on the field, afraid of missing any exciting part of her performance. Unconsciously, everyone overlooked Xiao Yingying, because she was simply not in Ni Yang's league. Compared to Ni Yang, she could at best be considered someone who knew how to ride a horse. Ni Yang, on the other hand, had set forth a spectacle that thrilled everyone. Mo Baichuan watched the figure on the field with narrowed eyes. It has to be said, Ni Yang was truly attractive in this state. Zhao Jingrong glanced at Mo Baichuan, her eyes slightly tensed. She had never imagined that Ni Yang would know how to ride a horse. And to master it so incredibly. It really turned out to be a futile attempt. Ni Yang greatly enjoyed this sense of carefree thrill, riding at full speed whilst her adrenaline surged. Before everyone could react, Ni Yang had already crossed 2 deadly turns and reached the finish line. Ha! Ni Yang tightened the reins and directly jumped off the saddle, her flying black hair gracefully scarring the air as she landed. The entire event took her less than 3 minutes. It far outmatched Xiao Yingying's 10 minutes. Good. Old Master Mo led the applause. In response, everyone also started clapping. Ni Yang walked towards Mo Qishan. This competition was undoubtedly a loss for Xiao Yingying, and it was a humiliating loss. She just couldn't figure out how she could lose to a country bumpkin. After the competition, everyone went their own way. Zhao Jingrong had wanted to make Ni Yang embarrass herself further, but after witnessing this, she dared not act rashly. Mo Baichuan's classmate, Shuizhen, asked, Bro, what's that girl's name? Don't even think about it, she's my 6th uncle's girlfriend. Mo Baichuan calmly replied. Shuizhen continued, Such a great girl, is she really into your 6th uncle? Mo Baichuan did not respond. With Ni Yang being so outstanding, how could she possibly be interested in Mo Qishan? Shuizhen continued, Bro, just tell me her name. Once it works out, I'll treat you a drink. Don't daydream. Mo Baichuan glanced at Shuizhen. Even if Ni Yang had ulterior motives with wine, it wouldn't be about Shuizhen. He always has a way to make Ni Yang feel anxious. Mo Baichuan looked up again, only to see Ni Yang had somehow climbed up and was now riding the same horse as Mo Qishan. Ni Yang was sitting in Mo Qishan's embrace and the horse was strolling leisurely in the field. The setting sun cast a gentle layer of golden light over them, creating a beautiful scene. It hurt Mo Baichuan's eyes. It stung a lot. At this moment, Zhao Jingrong held Mo Baichuan's hand. Baichuan, shall we go horse riding too? All right. Mo Baichuan nodded. Time passed quickly, and a month had gone in the blink of an eye. During this time, the weather had become much colder. Today, Shangguan Furong had arranged to go to the movies with her girlfriends. As she was getting ready to leave, a servant handed her a note. Who gave this to you? Shangguan Furong frowned. The servant said, he was wearing a hat. I couldn't see his face clearly, but he seemed quite old. Shangguan Furong nodded. Upon opening the note, it read, come to 27 New Village Villas immediately. New Village Villa number 27? Isn't that owned by the Zhao family? What's there? Though Shangguan Furong had initially intended to dismiss the note, curiosity drove her to go to the New Village Villa. The villa's front door was open. Could there be someone inside? Shangguan Furong slightly frowned. She rarely stayed at this villa, though there would be a servant to maintain the place regularly. Perhaps it's one of the servants? Without further thought, Shangguan Furong walked in. The sound of her high heels echoed, clack, clack on the floor. Inside the room, Zhao Shen snapped to attention when he heard the sound. He quickly got out of bed and grabbed the first piece of clothing he could find to put on. What are you doing? Lin Fang was awakened by Zhao Shen's sudden movements. Zhao Shen, looking nervous, replied, I think I heard something. Could it be Furong? Afraid of her? Lin Fang sneered. Lin Fang interjected, don't worry. It's probably not her. It might be the cleaning crew. Get back under the covers before you catch a cold. Okay. Zhao Shen seemed soothed and laid back down in bed. Lin Fang snuggled into Zhao Shen's arms, a smug smile playing on her lips. Why wouldn't the person outside be Shangguan Furong? The next second, the door was pushed open. Squeak, Sister Furong. Lin Fang shrieked, shooting up from the bed. Lin Fang. Shangguan Furong was taken aback. Just then she noticed clothes strewn all over the floor. Weren't these Zhao Shen's clothes? How come Zhao Shen's clothes are here? Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Lin Fang, what are you doing in my house? Lin Fang turned pale immediately. She got off the bed, went over to Shangguan Furong and knelt down. Sister Furong, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, I'm to blame. Shen had nothing to do with this, blame me, not him. Lin Fang took all the blame onto herself. Shangguan Furong's face grew paler by the second. She pointed at the bed. Who's in the bed? Lin Fang remained silent. Who is it? Shangguan Furong's voice was near trembling. She grabbed Lin Fang's shoulders. Who is it? Through her tears, Lin Fang replied, Sister Furong, I'm sorry. Yell at me, hit me, anything you want. Is it Zhao Shen? Lin Fang nodded. Shangguan Furong was livid. She could never have imagined that something like this would happen to her. Lin Fang dared to seduce Zhao Shen behind her back. And she thought Lin Fang was a trusted friend. This is how Lin Fang repays her trust and friendship. Slut. Shangguan Furong slapped Lin Fang hard. You slut, I'll kill you. Lin Fang took the hits without fighting back. Sister Furong, kill me if you want to. Just please, don't take it out on Shen. The last sentence stirred a protective instinct in Zhao Shen. He shouldn't let Lin Fang take all the blame. He's a man, he should be the one protecting Lin Fang. He couldn't be a coward anymore. Zhao Shen pushed off the covers, walked up to Shangguan Furong, grabbed her hand and slapped her hard. You're the real slut. I want a divorce. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699. It's too late for regrets. Underscore with the slap, Shangguan Furong's face immediately swelled up. She looked at Zhao Shen, disbelief written all over her face. He had hit her. Zhao Shen had actually hit her. During their marriage of over a decade, there was not a single time when Zhao Shen had ever raised his voice at her, let alone raise his hand. Was she dreaming? Shangguan Furong stood there, unable to believe what was happening right in front of her eyes. Lin Fang looked at Shangguan Furong, a derisive expression on her face hidden well enough. She stood between Shangguan Furong and Zhao Xin. Brother Xin, you can't divorce Sister Furong, all the faults are mine. I let Sister Furong down. It's right that she hit me. Lin Fang's position was very humble. On the surface, she was taking all the blame upon herself. Yet, in reality, she was subtly shifting the blame onto Shangguan Furong. Compared to Lin Fang's empathy, Shangguan Furong's domineering attitude made Zhao Shen opt for her. This has nothing to do with you. Zhao Shen pulled Lin Fang to her feet. Don't worry, I will divorce her and then marry you. What did you say? Shangguan Furong looked up at Zhao Shen. I said I want a divorce. Zhao Shen said angrily, I've had enough of you, Shangguan Furong. He's had enough of Shangguan Furong. For all these years, he has listened to Shangguan Furong's decisions. And what has she done? She hasn't been a dutiful daughter-in-law towards her parents-in-law, nor has she attended to the needs of their children. She's been taking his sincerity for granted. No, I want divorce. Zhao Shen, you can't divorce me. Shangguan Furong stood up from the ground and tightly grasped Zhao Shen's arm. She couldn't bear to get a divorce. If she were to get divorced, how would others perceive her? Everyone knows about her powerful status in the Zhao family. Even the old lady Zhao had to consider her opinion at all times. If people found out that Zhao Shen wanted to divorce her for a vixen, how could she live? Zhao Shen looked coldly at Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong, this marriage must end. I can't put up with you anymore. For 19 years, think about what you have contributed to this family. Now that things had come to this point, he no longer wanted to hide his relationship with Lin Fang. The time he spent with Lin Fang was joyous, which he had never experienced before. If Lin Fang became the matriarch of the Zhao family, she would undoubtedly outperform Shangguan Furong. Prostitute. Overwhelmed with anger, Shangguan Furong pushed Lin Fang to the ground and started beating her. It's all because of you, you slut. Why won't you just die? Lin Fang didn't retaliate. She just wept and said, I'm sorry, Sister Furong. Get out of here. Zhao Shen couldn't bear to see Lin Fang being bullied by Shangguan Furong. He shielded Lin Fang behind him and swatted away Shangguan Furong. I don't want to see you anymore. Zhao Shen. Shangguan Furong had never been so humiliated. She had never dreamt that Zhao Shen would betray her. Nor did she expect the old lady Shangguan's words to come true. She can't get a divorce. Even if it killed her, she couldn't let Lin Fang benefit. Zhao Shen, I beg you, don't divorce me, okay? Shangguan Furong went over and embraced Zhao Shen. I know I was wrong, I will change, can you please forgive me? Get out. Zhao Shen ruthlessly pushed Shangguan Furong away. The gentleness was gone from his face, he seemed just like a stranger, cold and indifferent. Thrust away by Zhao Shen with such sudden force, Shangguan Furong fell to the ground. The pain was such that she could hardly breathe. She was in great pain. She truly was in great pain. She couldn't understand. How did she and Zhao Shen get to this point? When her gaze turned towards Lin Fang's self-satisfied face, Shangguan Furong's eyes filled with intense hatred. She grabbed a vase nearby and furiously rushed towards Lin Fang. Slut! I will kill you! It was at this moment when she finally realized. From the beginning, Lin Fang had bad intentions. This slut. It was all intentional. Lin Fang's face turned pale and she stepped back, hiding behind Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen raised his hand and held Shangguan Furong's wrist forcefully, warning. Shangguan Furong, I warn you. If you dare harm Lin Fang, I'll make sure you suffer a horrible death. In the past, it was Zhao Shen who gave way to Shangguan Furong. If he truly retaliated, could Shangguan Furong, a mere woman, ever match him? When a man loves you, he can cherish you as a gem. But once he falls out of love, you are worth less than grass to him. Shangguan Furong looked at Zhao Shen. The man felt like a stranger to her now. The pain in her heart was unbearable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700. It's too late for regrets. Get out. Get out of my sight now. Zhao Shen dragged Shangguan Furong to the front door and slammed it shut. Shangguan Furong collapsed on the ground, her face streaming with tears. Inside the room, Lin Fang spoke nervously, "Shen, are we being too harsh on Sister Furong? After all, I'm the one at fault here. I'm the one who did her wrong." Zhao Shen sighed. "Lin Fang, you're just too kind-hearted, always taking the blame for everything. This is not your fault. You've done nothing wrong to Shangguan Furong. Don't worry, I'll make sure to explain everything to you." With that said, Zhao Shen took out clothes from the wardrobe and handed them to Lin Fang. Lin Fang accepted the clothes and went to the bathroom to change. When the two of them came out dressed up, Shangguan Furong was still there. She sat on the living room sofa, her expression a mix of desolation, sadness, and perhaps regret. After being married to her for so many years, Zhao Shen looked at Lin Fang with guilt stirring in the depths of his eyes. If he didn't love Lin Fang, he wouldn't have indulged her all these years. Zhao Shen's changing expression didn't escape Lin Fang's observant eyes. "Shen, I'll leave you to talk to Sister Furong." "I don't want to interrupt you," Lin Fang continued. "You've been husband and wife for many years, don't allow me to destroy your harmony." Bang! Just then, a vase shattered at Lin Fang's feet, scattering pieces everywhere. "Get out!" Shangguan Furong pointed at the door. "Out!" Shangguan Furong, get a hold of yourself. Zhao Shen's rage was ignited in that moment. "The one who should be leaving is you." "Shen, don't be like this." Lin Fang deliberately stoked the flames. Shangguan Furong grabbed her purse from the coffee table and stood up. "Zhao Shen, don't push me too far." "Pushing you too far?" Zhao Shen corner of his mouth curled up in mockery. "Shangguan Furong, those words should be directed at you, not me." Shangguan Furong did her best to suppress the raging emotions inside her, trying not to cry. "Get rid of this cheap woman as quickly as possible. I will never divorce you. If you don't have any shame, I, Shangguan Furong, still do." Having said her piece, Shangguan Furong picked up her purse and left. "The driver outside hasn't left yet." Shangguan Furong got into the car. "Take me home." The driver noticed that Shangguan Furong seemed a bit off, but he didn't ask any further. He started the engine and drove away from there. Inside the villa, Zhao Shen looked at Lin Fang. "I'll drive you home first." "Okay," Lin Fang nodded. The ride was silent. When they reached the base of Lin Fang's apartment building, she said, "Shen, you're not really thinking of divorcing Sister Furong, are you?" Zhao Shen gripped the steering wheel. "It's come to this point. Divorce would be the best outcome for both of us." "I'm sorry." Lin Fang gripped Zhao Shen's hand. "Shen, I'm sorry. Sister Furong and I are good friends. I really didn't think things would turn out this way. I was content with just being with you, without a title. But I didn't expect Sister Furong to find out so soon. Maybe we should just end it and you can go back to living a good life with Sister Furong. Though Sister Furong has a bit of a temper, she's not a bad person. You are a married couple after all." Lin Fang is retreating in order to advance. The more noble and kind-hearted she appears, the more she could expose the shortcomings of Shangguan Furong. The weaker she is, the more sympathy she will get. Zhao Shen, who had been wavering, now became even more determined. "Lin Fang, don't worry, I will take responsibility for you." Zhao family. The car had been parked in front of the villa for quite a while now, yet Shangguan Furong was reluctant to get out. The driver sat in the driver's seat, not daring to say anything. Lady Zhao today seemed a bit strange. Normally at this time, she would be out playing mahjong, but not only is she not out today, she's actually returned home. Did something upset her? Zhao's mother stood on the balcony of the 5th floor, looking at the black car parked below. A faint light glittered in the depths of her otherwise dull eyes. After a moment, she looked up at the sky. Shangguan Furong turned her gaze to her reflection in the car window. She always thought she was a winner in life. Married to her husband for 19 years. Gifted with a pair of lovely children, a kind mother-in-law, and a husband who always followed her advice. But only now she realized just how thoroughly she had lost in life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be left without anyone to talk to when something goes wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 701. It's too late for regrets under Sui. She wanted to go back and pour her grievances to Madame Shangguan. But the words she had once argued with Madame Shangguan were still ringing in her ears. She wanted to go and seek help from the misses. But those young misses who had been so envious and jealous of her for her ability to manage her husband would surely laugh at her if she went there for pity now. All this bitterness she could only hold in her heart. It was at this time that Shangguan Furong sadly discovered that after all these years, she didn't even have someone to talk to by her side. How ridiculous! Ridiculous! She laughed, and the reflection in the car window laughed with her. After a while, Shangguan Furong finally got out of the car and started walking toward the villa. The servants in the house were surprised when they saw Shangguan Furong. The sun must have risen from the west today. The lady of the house is actually home at this time. Where are Zijuan and Ziqing? Shangguan Furong asked the servants. At this time, the first thing she thought of were her children. She was trying to find some comfort from them. Madam, young master and young miss are doing their homework in the study room. The servant looked up at Shangguan Furong and noticed her swollen face. Was she hit by someone? Who did this? The Shangguan family? It couldn't be the Zhao family. After all, Shangguan Furong was revered like a deity in the Zhao family. Who would dare to provoke her? I see. Shangguan Furong nodded her head and went toward the study room. The study room was on the 4th floor and the door was closed. She could faintly hear the conversation going on inside. Brother, when do you think Auntie Lin Fong can come? This was Zhao Ziqing's voice. I don't know. This was Zhao Zijin's voice. Zhao Ziqing put down her pen and looked out the window. I want to eat the dumplings Auntie Lin Fong made. Brother, do you want some? No. Zhao Zijuan answered. Zhao Ziqing laughed. Brother, you're lying. Every time Auntie Lin Fong brings dumplings, you eat the most. And now you say you don't want any. Zhao Zijuan didn't say anything. Zhao Ziqing continued. Brother, do you like Auntie Lin Fong? A child's concept of like is very simple. Whoever treats her well, she will like them. Although Lin Fong had ulterior motives in getting close to them, she at least took some action. Compared to Shangguan Furong who neglected them after giving birth, she found it easier to accept Lin Fong. Zhao Ziqing added, I really like Auntie Lin Fong. Last time, Auntie Lin Fong even helped me review my homework. I wish Auntie Lin Fong was our mother. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Furong couldn't hold back her sorrow any longer. She started crying heavily. Her tears fell like pearls off a broken string. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Zijuan, being older, was more composed. We have a mother. But she doesn't like us, and I don't like her either. Zhao Ziqing complained. I want Auntie Lin Fong to be my mother. Zhao Zijuan sighed and passed the pen to Zhao Ziqing. Finish your homework. Just then, the door to the study room was suddenly pushed open. Bang! The twins, who were doing their assignments, were startled. They stood up, looked at Shangguan Furong in bewilderment. Shangguan Furong was crying heavily, her face twisted in pain. What were you two just saying? I am your mother. Only I am. That Lin Fong. She is just a shameless bitch. It was I who carried you for 9 months. It was I who gave birth to the two of you after so much pain. You two ungrateful brats. Do you even have a conscience left? Shangguan Furong's voice grew louder with each word, tearing the books on the table into shreds, smashing all the decorations on the floor, behaving like a madwoman. At that moment, she felt a deep sense of desolation hitting at her heart. Nobody could possibly understand how it feels when the child she had carried for 10 months and then given birth to recognized someone else as her mother. But why were they treating her like this? The two siblings were terrified by Shangguan Furong's current state, staying motionless in shock. Their sobs were incessant. Especially Zhao Ziqing, her face had even turned white with fear. Ziqing, don't be afraid. Brother will protect you. Zhao Zijuan pulled Zhao Ziqing behind him. Despite the shivers that racked his small body, he choked out, Mom, we're sorry we were wrong. Please don't be angry. Bad mother. I don't want you. I want Auntie Lin Fong. Daddy help. Grandma help. Auntie Lin Fong. Zhao Ziqing started bawling. Panic-stricken, Zhao Zijuan hurriedly covered Ziking's mouth. What did you just say? What were you saying? Shangguan Furong grabbed Ziqing, seething with rage. I am your mother. Only I am. Lin Fang is a slut. She's a whore. She's shameless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702. It's too late for regrets under Whimper. Zhao Ziqing covered her mouth and cried loudly. Mother, let go of my sister. Zhao Zijuan walked over to pull Zhao Ziqing away. Brother! Get out of my way! Shangguan Furong swung her hand, sending Zhao Zijuan flying into the corner of a table. His forehead was instantly covered in blood. Shangguan Furong, what are you doing? An old voice suddenly emerged in the air. Brother! Zhao Ziqing pulled herself free from Shangguan Furong's grasp and ran to Zhao Zijin's side. Old Lady Zhao pounded her walking stick on the ground. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Look at what you've done. Only then did Shangguan Furong notice the injured Zhao Zijuan. Ah! She cried out in agony and collapsed onto the ground. How had her life come to this? Grandma, it doesn't hurt. Please don't blame my mother. Zhao Zijuan walked up to Old Lady Zhao and glanced back at Shangguan Furong. Old Lady Zhao closed her eyes. The child was a good boy. It's a shame he had the wrong mother. Come, Zijuan, let Grandma take you to get your wound cleaned. Old Lady Zhao held Zhao Zijin's hand. What about mother? Zhao Zijuan looked back at Shangguan Furong, who was laying on the ground. At this moment, Shangguan Furong seemed like a madwoman. Her eyes were filled with despair, devoid of any signs of life. Anger clouded Old Lady Zhao's face. Don't worry about her. No matter what, Shangguan Furong shouldn't have taken her anger out on the children. She had already proven herself as an unfit mother in the first half of her life, and yet, in the second half, she continued to harm her children. As for this matter, Old Lady Zhao had initially intended to simply give Shangguan Furong a warning. She wanted Shangguan Furong to understand that the Zhao family didn't rely on her. Yet she never expected that Shangguan Furong would show no signs of remorse. Zhao Ziqing also felt some fear towards the Shangguan Furong from earlier and held onto Old Lady Zhao's hand tightly, right? Let's not care about her. The Zhao family had a family doctor. After examining him, the doctor frowned. The wound is quite deep, stitches are needed, and it might leave a scar. Remember not to eat any cold or spicy food for a while. A scar? Old Lady Zhao became anxious. Dr. Wu, is there any way to prevent scarring? The injury was on Zhao Zijin's forehead. A scar would disfigure him. Dr. Wu shook his head. There's no medicine that can prevent scarring, but luckily the wound isn't big and a scar won't ruin his appearance too much. You don't need to worry. Grandma, I'm okay. Please don't blame my mother. Zhao Zijuan tugged on Old Lady Zhao's sleeve. Old Lady Zhao sighed. Zhao Shen didn't come home until late. Old Lady Zhao was sitting at the dining table. The food on it had gone cold. Mother, you haven't eaten? It's late, you don't need to wait for me. Zhao Shen put down his briefcase. Old Lady Zhao glanced at Zhao Shen. Sit. Okay. Zhao Shen nodded, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Old Lady Zhao took a bite of the cold food. How do you plan to handle the situation with Lin Fang? Zhao Shen said, I want a divorce from Shangguan Furong and to marry Lin Fang. After an afternoon's consideration, Zhao Shen felt that he could not wrong Lin Fang. Just because Lin Fang was kind didn't mean she deserved to be bullied. Are you sure? Old Lady Zhao looked up at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen was very determined. Yes, I've decided. Lin Fang is kind and dignified. I want to be with her. Before Old Lady Zhao could respond, a disheveled Shangguan Furong walked over from the other side. I don't agree. I want to divorce you. If you want a divorce, it'll happen over my dead body. Otherwise, she wasn't stepping aside for that wretch of a woman. That wretch thought she could replace her and marry Zhao Shen? That would never happen. In just a few hours, Shangguan Furong seemed to have aged more than a decade. Her eyes were swollen and red, and her face was without a trace of color. Compared to Zhao Shen, It was as though nothing had happened to him. This was the disparity between men and women. Farong, our relationship has already come to this. What's the point of not divorcing? I don't care, I'll never divorce you. Having said that, Shangguan Farong turned and made for the stairs. Old Lady Zhao sighed. After all, she is the mother of the 2 kids. The family splitting up was not the result Old Lady Zhao hoped for. This marriage cannot continue. Zhao Shen's attitude was very firm. I cannot let Lin Fang suffer. Shangguan Farong, unwilling to divorce, locked herself in her room for days and wouldn't speak to anyone. Ever since the situation had come to light, Zhao Shen had become increasingly brazen, often bringing Lin Fang to the Zhao family villa, and would occasionally spend the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703. It's too late for regrets under. Lin Fang was very good at making children happy. She often made Zhao Ziqing burst into laughter. Shangguan Farong stood on the 3rd floor watching everything downstairs, her gaze icy cold, as tears fell one after another. That was her child. The flesh of her womb that she carried for 10 months. By what right did this despicable woman steal her away? Mom, sister is young and doesn't know better, don't blame her. A pair of small hands grasped Shangguan Farong's hand. Zhao Zijuan was only 10 years old. He didn't know how to comfort Shangguan Farong. Shangguan Farong coldly flung Zhao Zijin's hand away. Get lost. I'm not your mom. Aren't you all just wishing for me to die sooner, to make way for that woman? Let me tell you, I won't let you have your wish. Never. Shangguan Farong clenched her hand tightly, turned and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door with a bang. Mum. Zhao Zijuan choked on the word, mum, sobbing without a sound. He didn't know what to do. Downstairs, Lin Fang looked at the closed bedroom door and hooked up the corner of her mouth in a victorious smile. A few months ago, Shangguan Farong was as proud as a peacock, and now? Just a few days? How the tables have turned. It's her turn to be the lady of the house. Ziqing, do you like Auntie? Lin Fang squatted down and looked at Zhao Ziqing. Yes. Zhao Ziqing nodded her head. Lin Fang continued, would it be okay if Auntie becomes your mom? Yes. I would love Auntie to be my mom. Zhao Ziqing nodded her head excitedly. Ziqing. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Zijuan came over and grabbed Zhao Ziqing's hand. Zhao Ziqing broke free from Zhao Zijin's grip, wrapped her arms around Lin Fang's waist. I really like Auntie Lin Fang. Zhao Zijuan burst into tears. You're making Mom very upset. You're not my sister. I don't have a sister like you. He was after all just a 10-year-old child, and at this moment, other than crying, he had no other way to cope. Zhao Ziqing was frightened by this. She hurriedly went over to Zhao Zijuan. Brother, don't be angry, I won't have Auntie Lin Fang be my mom anymore. The moment Lin Fang heard these words, her face turned ashen. Those 2 ungrateful brats. She had fed them for so long for nothing. After all, they were not as good as her own. She needed to find a way to marry Zhao Shen sooner, move to the Zhao family's house, then figure out how to make Chang Yu change her surname to Zhao, and enter the Zhao family's genealogy. And then get rid of these 2 little beasts. Lin Fang narrowed her eyes. The 24th of the lunar December was the eve of the Lunar New Year. Shangguan Farong unusually appeared in the Zhao family living room, dressed up beautifully, and even made breakfast. Old Madame Zhao looked at her in surprise. Farong, Shangguan Farong smiled and said, Mom, I've come to my senses, am willing to divorce Zhao Shen. She wore a thick layer of makeup on her face, cleverly concealing her dark circles and fatigue. For a moment, that glamorous Shangguan Farong seemed to have returned. Being a daughter-in-law for many years, old Madame Zhao found it difficult to let go. Actually, there's absolutely no need for you 2 to reach this point. Shangguan Farong didn't respond to old Madame Zhao's words, but continued, but I still want to spend my last Lunar New Year with the Zhao family. After the new year, I will set Zhao Shen free, and also, please don't tell my mom and my brother about this. I want them to have a good Lunar New Year. Old Madame Zhao sighed. Farong, have you really made up your mind? Shangguan Furong nodded her head. Zhao Shen was standing at the door with Lin Fong. Hearing Shangguan Furong's composed words, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Lin Fong was feeling extremely satisfied. Wonderful. Finally, Shangguan Furong agreed to the divorce. Soon she would become the lady of the Zhao family. At that moment, Shangguan Furong turned to look at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen, I hope not to see this despicable woman in the final days of the year. Please make her disappear for a few days. After I leave, you are free to be with her for as long as you wish. But right now, I'm not dead, I still have a breath in me. Shangguan Furong maintained her composure throughout. So calm that it was frightening. Zhao Shen sighed, turned his head and looked at Lin Fong. Lin Fong feigned strength and raised a smile. Brother Shen, I'll leave first then. Zhao Shen couldn't bear to see kind-hearted Lin Fong feel aggrieved, and quickly ran after her. Outside the villa, Zhao Shen held Lin Fang's hand and said, Lin Fong, let's endure a little longer. After the new year, I'll marry you. Lin Fong hugged Zhao Shen. Brother Shen, even if you don't marry me, it's okay. Being with you for such a long time, I've been very content. Hit a snake at its 7 inches. Lin Fong had now mastered where Zhao Shen's 7 inches was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704. It's too late for regrets _6. Rest assured, I will definitely marry you. Zhao Shen promised. Lin Fong did not say much, she just said, then I'll go back first. I will come to find you after the new year. Returning to the villa once again, the tranquility seemed to have returned. Shangguan Furong looked at Zhao Shen and said, before the divorce, I have one more condition. You say? He had been married to Shangguan Furong for many years and he would satisfy whatever condition Shangguan Furong had. Shangguan Furong went on. Today is the 24th of the small year. My brother and sister-in-law must have returned home. I want you to accompany me back to my mother's house. We used to go back on this day every year. I don't want to cause any suspicion. All right. Zhao Shen nodded. Then, I'll let Zijuan and Ziqing know. Shortly, the family of 4 arrived at the Shangguan residence by car. As Shangguan Furong had said, Enai Zuihua and Shangguan Dehui were both at home, and their children were there too. The Shangguan residence was bustling. Auntie and uncle, you're here. Shangguan, she took the gift from Zhao Shen. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing excitedly ran towards Enai Yun, Yun, sister. If it were in the past, Shangguan Furong would have been very unhappy. But today, Shangguan Furong was not only unhappy, but she was also smiling. Brother, sister-in-law. Shangguan Furong greeted Shangguan Dehui and Enai Zuihua. Shangguan Dehui and Enai Zuihua were both taken aback. Shangguan Furong had always made no secret of her dislike of Enai Zuihua. But today, Shangguan Furong seemed like a different person. There was not a trace of scorn in her eyes. During these days, Shangguan Furong had thought about many things. She had been wrong in the past. She only cared about her own pride without considering the feelings of others. She was also the one who had been too meddlesome, almost ruining the good marriage between Shangguan Dehui and Enai Zuihua. Furong. Enai Zuihua looked at Shangguan Furong in surprise. Shangguan Furong continued, Sister-in-law, this is the bird's nest and hazma that I brought especially for you. They are very nourishing for women. Thank you. Enai Zuihua didn't know what to say for a moment. The old lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Furong with a heartwarming expression in her eyes. Great. In her lifetime, she finally saw Shangguan Furong become sensible. Sister-in-law, I was immature in the past, please don't hold it against me. The past is the past, Furong, don't think too much about it. Enai Zuihua comforted her. Looking at Enai Zuihua, Shangguan Furong suddenly felt urged to cry. Enai Zuihua was such a good person, but she had treated her that way in the past. She regretted it, truly regretted. Unfortunately, her realizations came too late. Shangguan Furong walked over to Enai Yang. Aunt. Enai Yang barely lifted her eyes. She could feel that Shangguan Furong had changed quite a bit. With a smile, Shangguan Farong said, "Can you come with me for a while?" "Okay." Enai Yang nodded, following Shangguan Farong to the study on the second floor. As soon as they entered the study, Shangguan Farong bowed deeply to Enai Yang. "Yang, I'm sorry. Aunt, don't do this, I'm the younger one." Enai Yang hurriedly helped Shangguan Farong up. Shangguan Farong went on to say, "I know that a bow can hardly make up for the harm I've caused you, but now, all I can do is apologize." She had done too many wrong things. No one is perfect and can avoid making mistakes, as the saying goes. "Whatever happened has already passed, so let it be," continued Enai Yang. "We must look forward in life." Shangguan Farong nodded in agreement. Yang, you're right, we should always look forward." Enai Yang sensed that something seemed off about Shangguan Farong today. "Auntie, have you encountered any problems recently?" "No," Shangguan Farong shook her head and denied it with a laugh. "At the Zhao family, everyone treats me with respect. What kind of problems could I possibly encounter?" Her status within the Zhao family was evident to all. But Enai Yang continued, "You seem a bit off today." "Maybe I didn't get enough sleep," Shangguan Farong yawned. "I've been staying up late playing mahjong with my lady friends." "Please take care of your health, Auntie," Enai Yang said. "Mchum." Shangguan Farong nodded in response. Enai Yang went on, "If anything bothers you, you may tell Grandma or us. Don't hold it all in by yourself." Smiling, Shangguan Farong responded, "I will, Yang, thank you. Thank you for putting the past behind us." After lunch, the oldest Shangguan was taking care of little Enai Yun while Shangguan Shi and Enai Yang were outside building snowmen with the Zhao siblings, Zijuan and Ziqing. In December, a thick layer of snow covered the outdoors. Shangguan Farong and Zhao Shen were chatting with Shangguan Dehui and Enai Zihua. Shangguan Farong increasingly felt that the old lady Shangguan was right in their previous conversation. Enai Zihua was excellent indeed. She and Shangguan Dehui were equals, none superior to the other. How come she had never noticed before? Shangguan Farong suggested, "We now have 4 people here, should we play some mahjong?" "Sure, good idea." Zhao Shen had no objections since he was accustomed to following Shangguan Farong's advice. This version of Shangguan Farong was indeed endearing. If Shangguan Farong had always been like this, they would not have arrived at the idea of divorce. Enai Zihua admitted somewhat awkwardly, "I don't know how to play mahjong. Shall we ask Mom to join in?" She spent any free time studying, leaving no time for mahjong. "That's okay, I can teach you," offered Shangguan Dehui, who was next to her. Shangguan Farong smilingly added, "Indeed, let my brother teach you." Enai Zihua was quick to learn. After one round with Shangguan Dehui, she knew how to play. Moreover, Enai Zihua had good luck and won several rounds in a row. Not until late at night did Shangguan Farong and Zhao Shen leave with the children. Shangguan Dehui and Enai Zihua saw them out. "Brother, sister-in-law, please go back with the children soon. It's windy outside." Shangguan Farong waved them goodbye. Watching Shangguan Farong's retreating figure, Enai Zihua said, "Dehui, don't you think Farong has changed a lot?" Shangguan Dehui nodded. "Indeed, she has changed quite a bit. It's a good change for Farong." Time flew by. Before they knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. This year, Enai Yang was spending the New Year with Enai Zihua at the Shangguan family home. They planned to bring the oldest Shangguan back to Jinghua village on the first day of the new year. The oldest Shangguan was extremely delighted since it had been a long time since they last had such a happy new year. At the dinner table, the oldest Shangguan gave everyone a hefty red envelope. Just after they finished their New Year's Eve dinner and were about to go outside to set off fireworks, the phone rang. Today being New Year's Eve, the Shangguan family had given their servants a day off. Shangguan Shi rushed to answer the phone. "Hello." Whatever the person on the other end of the phone said made Shangguan Zai's face turn pale. He rushed back into the living room without even hanging up the phone, panic written all over his face. "Grandma, something has happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 705, Shocking change _1 in the living room. The elderly Madame Shangguan was holding fireworks, preparing to go outside and set them off with everyone else. Upon hearing the news, the fireworks in her hand dropped to the ground with a thud. What happened? Madame Shangguan asked. Shangguan, she was crying, not knowing how to speak. From her youth to adulthood, she had never encountered such a situation. What on earth happened? Madame Shangguan's face turned pale with urgency. The more anxious she felt, the harder it was to talk. It felt like something was stuck in her throat. Sister Xiaoxi, don't panic, take your time. Ni Yang walked over to Shangguan Shi, holding her hand and comforting her in a low voice. There's an acupoint on the hand called the Laogong acupoint. When someone is highly stressed, lightly pressing the Laogong acupoint can relieve stress and calm the mind. The place that Ni Yang was pressing was exactly the Laogong acupoint. Gradually calming down, Shangguan Shi said, Grandma, Aunt had an accident. What happened to her? Old Madame Shangguan asked urgently. She's threatening to jump off a building with Zijuan and Ziqing. What? Shangguan Dehui and Denai Tehua happened to walk in from outside at that moment. Their smiles froze on their faces, as if their blood was running in reverse. Madame Shangguan couldn't catch her breath and almost fainted. Luckily, Ni Yang caught her in time. Quick, let's get to Furong's house. The Shangguan family's home was only 5 minutes away from the Zhao family's, but for the people in the car, those 5 minutes felt longer than 50 minutes, 5 hours, even 5 years. Madame Shangguan cried, When I visited last time, I noticed that something was wrong with that child. She told me many things, told me to take care of my health, not to eat sweets, to take my heart medication on time. I should have realized it earlier. I should have. Madame Shangguan originally thought that Shangguan Furong was just maturing. She never dreamed that Shangguan Furong could do such a foolish thing. Mother, please calm down, and Aitsuehua comforted, Furong will be okay. She will be, I am sure of it. Before long, the car stopped in front of the Zhao family's villa. The butler immediately came out to welcome them. Madam, sir, you're here. The mistress and master are upstairs. Please follow me. What on earth happened? Asked Shangguan Dehui, his face cold. Although Shangguan Furong was domineering and strong-willed, she would never seek death so easily, especially not with 2 children involved. The butler heaved a sigh. He was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Shangguan Dehui. Please go up and try to reason with the madam. The young master and miss, they are innocent. They are still just children. Madame Shangguan had cried herself weak and collapsed helplessly into Ni Yang's arms. What sin have I committed that I am being punished by the heavens like this? The Zhao's villa was like a palace with 10 floors in total. Shangguan Furong and the 2 children were sitting on the open-air balcony on the top floor. Zhao Shen and old lady Zhao stood nearby. The elderly Mrs. Zhao tried to hold back her tears. Furong, take the children and come down. Let's talk things over. Don't do anything foolish, okay? Zhao Shen took a tentative step forward. Furong, come down. As long as you come down, I promise anything. We won't divorce. Is that all right? Don't come any closer. Shangguan Furong moved closer to the edge of the balcony with the children. Okay, I won't come closer. Just don't do anything rash. Don't be rash. Zhao Shen took a step back. He never thought things would come to this. He didn't imagine that when Shangguan Furong said she wanted a divorce after the new year, she meant to take their 2 children and die. After carrying a pregnancy for 10 months and giving birth. How could she bear to choose death for the 2 children? Just then Shangguan Furong looked towards the top floor exit, her eyes lit up. Mom, brother, sister-in-law, you're here. Furong. And Aitsuehua covered her mouth in terror. Furong. Madame Shangguan cried as she lunged forward. Furong, what are you doing? Mom, don't come over. Shangguan Furong moved back again with the children. There were no railings behind them. If they moved any further, she and the children would fall off. 40 meters from the 10th floor. If they were to fall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Grandma, stay calm and stay back. Ni Yang pulled Madame Shangguan back. Old lady Zhao saw the Shangguans had arrived, and as if seeing a lifeline, pleaded, Elder sister, you're finally here. Help me reason with Furong, don't let her do anything foolish. Zhao Shen said, Mom. Brother. Help me reason with Furong. As long as she doesn't do anything foolish, I can agree to anything she asks for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Shocking Change _2. Heh! Shangguan Furong cried with a laugh, crying crocodile tears. The Zhao family must be wishing me dead, so you could clear the way for that adulterous woman, right? These words carried a heavy burden of truth. The expressions on Zhao Shen and Old Lady Zhao's faces changed immediately. What exactly is going on? Old Lady Shangguan looked at Old Lady Zhao and Zhao Shen. Old Lady Zhao remained silent. Shame was written all over Zhao Shen's face. How could they even begin to explain? Right now, Shangguan Dehui had no interest in dealing with Zhao Shen and Old Lady Zhao. He was slowly moving towards the balcony, extending his hand towards Shangguan Furong. Furong, don't be afraid. Your brother is here. He'll handle this for you. Even if the sky fell down now, I would hold it up for you. Will you give your hand to your brother, please? Shangguan Furong hastily retreated. Brother, don't come any closer. If you do, we'll jump. All right, I'm not moving. Don't get agitated. Shangguan Dehui halted his steps and tried to speak in a light tone. Did Zhao Shen bully you? Tell your brother and he'll stand up for you. Shangguan Furong's face was streaked with tears. Brother, I'm sorry. I don't want to live anymore. Living has no meaning. Shangguan Dehui dared not upset her further, continuing, Furong, you are still young, your best days are still ahead. You still have me and mother and the two lovely children Zijuan and Ziqing. How could life have no meaning? If there are any issues, come down first and let's talk about it seriously. If you die, what about mother? Can you bear to let her suffer the heartbreak of burying her own child? Anyway, every man must die, sooner or later it's all the same. When I die, brother, remember to comfort mother. She shouldn't have to grieve for an unfilial daughter like me. At these words, Shangguan Furong looked up at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen, when I die, you'll be free. Are you happy now? I have been married into the Zhao family for 19 years, thinking I had a loving mother-in-law, a husband who always put me first, and two smart and lovely children. At this point, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, and in the end, I have nothing. I am just a fool who has been used by others. A daughter-in-law could be replaced. A husband could remarry. The children could have a new mother. Her existence was negligible. Looking back at these 19 years, it was all like a puff of smoke that dissipated instantly. Shangguan Furong continued, I won't take anything that doesn't belong to me. But Zijuan and Ziqing are my flesh and blood. I must take them with me. They will never be left to you and that adulterous woman. The children are hers. She carried them for 10 months in her womb. Lin Fang is a wicked woman. If she leaves the children to her, they'd surely not have a good life. It's better to take them along. That way, they can be together in the afterlife. It was then that Zhao Shen noticed the red wedding dress Shangguan Furong was wearing, the dress they wore on their wedding day 19 years ago. 19 years had passed, but the red dress was still brilliantly bright. Now, everything had changed. Just as Shangguan Furong had said, she did not take a single thing from the Zhao family. It seemed she truly was determined to die and take the two children with her. Thinking about this, Zhao Shen's heart ached. No! Zhao Shen pleaded, Furong, I beg you. Zijuan and Ziqing are still young, they are innocent, it's me who failed you. Come down, we won't divorce, we will live happily together from now on, get lost. Shangguan Furong's mood suddenly became explosive. Zhao Shen, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Stop pretending in front of me. The children are mine. None of you can take them away from me. Furong, don't be rash. Shangguan Dehui walked up to Zhao Shen. Tell me everything from start to finish. From today onward, I won't let you face this alone. If it's truly the Zhao family who wronged you, I will tear their family apart to get you justice. The daughters of the Shangguan family, We would never let anyone take advantage of them. Hearing this, Zhao Shen felt a sudden dread. All these days had passed, he had even forgotten that Shangguan Furong had the support of the Shangguan family. When Shangguan Dehui was young, he was notorious for his recklessness. The color drained from old lady Zhao's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Shocking Change _3. Brother! Suddenly, Shangguan Furong burst into tears. It's all my fault, I didn't listen to Mom. I let the wolves into our house by getting Zhao Shen involved with that bitch Lin Fong. It really was Lin Fong. The old lady Shangguan's face tightened. Zhao Shen, you bastard! Shangguan Dehui punched Zhao Shen directly. Zhao Shen's head swerved, fell to the ground. Shangguan Dehui didn't stop there. He grabbed Zhao Shen by the collar, pinned him against the wall, and continued to beat him. Zhao Shen was no match for the robust Shangguan Dehui. In an instant his face swelled and his vision blurred with stars. Old lady Zhao panicked. Stop. Stop. Spare him. If you keep going you might kill him. Shangguan Dehui pushed old lady Zhao away. His life matters, but my sister's doesn't? If anything happens to my sister today, it'll make him pay with his life. Old lady Zhao began crying in a panic, looking from Shangguan Furong to Zhao Shen. Finally, she clutched at the sleeve of the old lady Shangguan. Sister, please tell uncle to stop. An eye for an eye, you're worried about your son, but what about my daughter? Who's concerned about her? Old lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Furong with teary eyes. Furong, come down, please, don't do anything foolish. How will I live if something happens to you? Mom, I'm sorry, I really can't go on living. She couldn't go on. Once, everyone knew Shangguan Furong had married into a good household. She was held in the highest regard. Now, she was just a joke. She couldn't bear the judgmental stares of others. She couldn't bear the sudden betrayal of Zhao Shen. She couldn't stand Lin Fong taking over her place. Death seemed to be the only way out. She would be free with death. At this moment, Ni Yang entered the scene. Aunt, no obstacle in life is insurmountable. Please come down. Don't make Grandma worry. Look, isn't my dad taking revenge for you right now? Yang, you don't understand. Shangguan Furong shook her head. Ni Yang pressed on. Auntie, do you think death is freeing? It's not. Death is merely the beginning of pain. From what I've heard from some elders, people who commit suicide bear enormous sins. Not only will they not be reincarnated, but their souls will also replay their suicide, enduring the pain time and again indefinitely. When a person is teetering on the edge of death, they may wonder if there is a heaven or hell in this world. Ni Yang's absurd words roused Shangguan Furong's attention. Ni Yang carefully observed Shangguan Furong's expression while saying, Aunt, Zijuan and Ziqing are just children, unaware of the world. Can you bear to see them endure such pain? Shangguan Furong replied, It's me they will die with. If God must punish someone, let him punish me. The children have nothing to do with this. Ni Yang continued, But you are their mother, your wish represents theirs as well. God won't spare them just because they are children. Shangguan Furong fell silent for a moment, holding the children closer to her. She was starting to waver. At that moment, Ni Yang spoke again. Aunt, don't you want to get revenge? Revenge? Shangguan Furong looked at Ni Yang. Revenge for what? Ni Yang said, Think about who did this to you. It was Lin Fong. That bitch Lin Fong. Shangguan Furong yelled. So, you must keep living. Only by living can you take revenge. Ni Yang continued, Death is like a flickering lamp, extinguished in an instant. In the beginning, the Zhao family may feel guilty, but as time passes, they will forget you. Then Zhao Shen will marry Lin Fong. As for the children, they are young, they can have more. At that point, who will remember you? Who will remember Zijuan or Ziqing? Ni Yang's words penetrated to the core, each syllable a tearful plea. The color drained from Shangguan Furong's face. Seeing her wavering, Ni Yang seized the opportunity, continuing, Aunt, while you're here, crying your heart out, planning to jump with Zijuan and Ziqing, Lin Fang might be at home feasting and celebrating. Why should we let ourselves suffer and make it easier for others? Yang Yang, is what you're saying true? Shengguan Furong asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, Shocking Change _4. Yang nodded. Of course it's true. Lin Fang, as the third party, definitely wants you dead. Only when you're dead can she usurp your place with a clear conscience. At this point, Yang paused, then added, Auntie, get a divorce. Times are different now. You can still live well after a divorce. Look at my mother, look at Sister Ping Ping, look at Aunt I. Which of them lives worse than women with families? You're knowledgeable, educated, and capable. In what way are you inferior to Lin Fang? Zhao Shen having an affair with Lin Fang is his lack of insight, his loss. You should live on, live beautifully, and make them regret it. As Yang spoke, she began to walk towards Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong had already let her guard down. But what about Zijuan and Ziqing? Will you leave them with the Zhao family? I won't agree. Zijuan and Ziqing are my flesh and blood. Shengguan Furong's emotions, which had only just calmed down, suddenly stirred up again. Yang halted her steps, then said, In this marriage, Zhao Shen is at fault. According to the marriage law, when one of the spouses cheats, the child is not awarded to the guilty party. Really? Shengguan Furong asked. Really? Yang nodded. Auntie, give your hand to me. Yang carefully reached out to Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong handed Zhao Zijuan to Yang. Just then, old Madame Zhao and Zhao Shen came over, intending to take away Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing. Shengguan Furong suddenly pulled the child back. Don't come over. None of you come over. Shengguan Dehui and old Madame Shengguan immediately held back the two. Shengguan Dehui said, Furong, rest assured, Mom and I are here. We'll help you keep an eye on them. We won't come over. Old Madame Zhao and Zhao Shen were very anxious. The children are of the Zhao family. How could they let Shengguan Furong take them away? But they were afraid of further upsetting Shengguan Furong. Upon seeing their hesitation, Shengguan Furong calmed down and handed Zhao Zijuan back again. Both Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing were so groggy from the sleeping pills they had been given. With a child in each arm, Yang looked at Shengguan Furong. Auntie, come down too, quickly come down. Shengguan Furong slowly rose from the balcony, her hair tousled by the cold wind. Behind her, countless fireworks were being set off. Such a sight might have signaled a happy family reunion. It was ironic indeed. A look of sadness hooked the corners of Shengguan Furong's mouth. She didn't want to go through all this either. She hadn't wanted it to come to this point. Auntie. Yang was a little worried about her. Sure. Shengguan Furong put her index finger to her lips, making a silence gesture. Don't speak. Yang nodded obediently. Shengguan Furong then said, Yang, move back. Yang moved backwards, holding the children. Shengguan Shi and Cui Hua immediately came over to take over the children. Old Madame Zhao and Zhao Shen wanted to take away the children, but were stopped by Cui Hua. Get lost. You have no right to touch the children. Seeing Cui Hua so fiercely protective of Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, a look of relief flickered in Shengguan Furong's eyes. Family would always be family. Although she had originally treated Cui Hua so poorly, Cui Hua still stood by her side at this moment. Then she looked at Zhao Shen and old Madame Zhao. Once they found out the two children were safe, they didn't care about her at all. Furong, come down quickly. Old Madame Shengguan, seeing Shengguan Furong stand up again, could feel her heart squeeze painfully. Furong, come down, brother will take you home. I can't go back, brother, I'll still be your sister in my next life. With her last words, Shengguan Furong spread her arms, leaning backwards. Furong. Auntie. Just then, Yang, swift and nimble, rushed forward, grabbing Shengguan Furong's wrist. Due to the sudden force, Shengguan Furong was pulled along, her body hanging in midair as she managed to grab onto a protruding decoration on the edge of the balcony. The two of them hung in midair, creating a chilling spectacle. Yang, and Ai Cuehua, scared, collapsed on her knees. Shangguan Dehui reacted fastest, running over and grabbing Ni Yang's wrist. But his own strength was not enough to pull both of them up. He looked back at the others. Quick, come help. At that moment, hearing the news, Shangguan Su rushed in from the entrance. Dad! Quick, come and help. Shangguan Dehui's veins on his arms stood out as he strained. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, Shocking Change _5. Shangguan Su ran over, taken aback, immediately started helping Shangguan Dehui pull the person up. Shangguan Farong, looking at Ni Yang who was desperately holding onto her wrist, gently closed her eyes. Yang, thank you. But I'm sorry. I can't endure such humiliation in my life. From the moment Zhao Shen cheated on her, she couldn't bear to live anymore. Her self-esteem wouldn't allow her to barely survive in this world. However, Ni Yang's words also made her realize in time that the child was innocent and she shouldn't take the child with her. She felt assured to leave the child with Shangguan's elderly matriarch. Shangguan Farong slowly broke free of Ni Yang's hand, her body plummeting down like a kite with a broken string. Ni Yang turned pale. Aunt! Farong! Shangguan Dehui cried out in despair. The father and son hurriedly pulled Ni Yang up and then ran downstairs in a rush. The lights downstairs were brightly lit. Quickly call 120. Quickly call 120. Zhao's elderly matriarch urgently ordered the servant. What? You guys didn't call 120 for help earlier? Shangguan Dehui grabbed Zhao Shen's collar. Under normal circumstances, they would call 120 for help first. Shangguan Dehui and the others had arrived in such a hurry that they hadn't noticed that the Zhao family hadn't called the police or dialed 120. Zhao Shen stammered, Brother, calm down because today, the Zhao family was a prominent and renowned family and wouldn't report such a shameful incident to the police. Alerting the police would mean making it public. It's New Year's Eve today, isn't it inviting ridicule? Rich and influential families, who value their reputation the most, would rather cover it up than report it. Besides, at that time, Zhao Shen and Zhao's old lady didn't expect Shangguan Farong to actually jump off the building. They thought, as long as the Shangguan family came, Shangguan Farong would stop making a scene. They didn't expect she would still jump. To hell with staying calm. Shangguan Dehui punched Zhao Shen. If anything happens to Farong today, you won't live either. Shangguan Dehui, who had been good-natured for many years, cursed for the first time today. After he finished speaking, Shangguan Dehui ran out of the door. Shangguan Farong lay on the ground, a large pool of blood spreading on the ground, dyeing the thick snow red, absolutely horrifying. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Shangguan's elderly matriarch didn't dare to move Shangguan Farong, afraid of inflicting secondary injuries, crying out, Farong, my poor child. God, if you want to punish someone, punish me. Why do you have to torment my child? Aunt. Shangguan, she also knelt on the ground, crying. Ni Yang ran out from the inner room. Make way. Seeing Ni Yang, everyone seemed to see hope and immediately made way for her. Ni Yang placed the first aid box on the ground, first checked Shangguan Farong's pupils, then put her hand on Shangguan Farong's wrist. In her downcast eyes, a faint glint flashed. They had thought that since Shangguan Farong had lost so much blood, it was mostly a bad outlook, but surprisingly, Shangguan Farong might have been lucky after all. Meanwhile, Ni Yang also let out a sigh of relief, opened the medical box, and started administering first aid to Shangguan Farong. Here, Zhao's elderly matriarch whispered to Zhao Shen, Shenbao, I think the Shangguan family won't let this go lightly this time, you should run first. Mom, I'm not running. Zhao's elderly matriarch sighed, Silly boy, if you don't run now, are you waiting for Shangguan Dehui to kill you? Shangguan Dehui was a troublemaker in his youth. What can't he do? Zhao's elderly matriarch was genuinely scared now. Shangguan Dehui had just beaten Zhao Shen half to death, and now with Shangguan Farong, he definitely wouldn't let Zhao Shen go. Zhao Shen was her only son. She couldn't just stand by and watch Zhao Shen get into trouble. If I run, what happens to you? Zhao Shen looked at Zhao's elderly matriarch. Things have come to this pass, and he too was very afraid. No one born as a human doesn't cherish his life. And he knew Shangguan Dehui too well. He knew that Shangguan Dehui would definitely fight him to death. Zhao's elderly matriarch continued, I'm already old, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me, an old lady. You run first, wait until this blows over. Run fast. Leave from the back door. Yes, take more money. Zhao's elderly matriarch took out all the cash from her body and gave it to Zhao Shen, then took off her gold bracelets, gold necklace, gold earrings and other jewelry and stuffed them to Zhao Shen. Shen Bao, listen to your mom, don't come back for a short time, and don't call me. While they're still there, hurry up and go. Don't look back. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Shocking Change _6. Zhao Shen took the items handed to him by old Mrs. Zhao. Mom, I'll go first. Please take care of yourself at home. Old Mrs. Zhao nodded, her eyes full of tears. What kind of sin had she committed to let her family become like this? Old Mrs. Zhao wiped the tears from her face and warned the servants in a low voice, don't utter a word about what just happened. Yes, madam, the servants nodded in response. Meanwhile, Ni Yang first bandaged Shangguan Furong's head wound, then took out 3 silver needles and punctured them into 3 of Furong's main acupuncture points. He looked up to Shangguan Dehui. Dad, did you call 120? I did, replied Shangguan Dehui. How is your aunt? After asking this question, everything became quiet, even the crying stopped. Ni Yang said, don't worry, aunt is fine. She's fine? At this, old Mrs. Shangguan immediately questioned, Yang, you aren't lying, are you? Is your aunt really all right? Her voice was choking with sobbing. Grandma, I'm not lying. Aunt is really fine. Ni Yang held her hand. But she lost so much blood and is still unconscious. Ni Yang paused before continuing. Aunt is 2 months pregnant, but the child in her womb may not be saved. I have done some preliminary emergency measures. Now we are just waiting for 120. Old Mrs. Shangguan broke down crying. It's good as long as she's fine. It's good as long as she's fine. Old Mrs. Zhao didn't dare to approach. She could only watch from afar, unable to hear clearly what they were saying. Amit Babuda, please bless Shangguan Farong to be safe. Otherwise, our Shen Bao will be ruined, Mrs. Zhao prayed, hands clasped. Soon, the sound of the 120 ambulance echoed in the air. Everyone followed the ambulance to the hospital. A crowd of people waited outside the operating room. After a while, the light in the operating room went off. Old Mrs. Shangguan and Shangguan Dehui immediately approached. Doctor, how is my sister, daughter? The doctor removed his mask and smiled. Fortunately, you did first aid before sending her to the hospital. The patient is now in very good condition and there is no life-threatening danger. However, the baby could not be saved. Also, her lower leg is fractured and needs to stay in the hospital for a while. It doesn't matter the child is not saved, as long as the person is fine. As long as the person is fine. Hearing the doctor's words, old Mrs. Shangguan showed a little smile. Thank you, Yang Yang. Old Mrs. Shangguan walked over and embraced Ni Yang. If it were not for Ni Yang who caught Shangguan Farong and reduced half of the force of fall, Shangguan Farong might not have been so lucky tonight. Knowing that Shangguan Farong was okay, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Shangguan Dehui said, Daya, take mom and the kids home. I can handle things here with Farong. And Itsuehua said, you and mom go home. They'll stay here to take care of Farong. As a woman, whatever I do, it'll be more convenient than you. Old Mrs. Shangguan looked around and frowned. Where is the Zhao family? How come no one came? They initially thought that the Zhao family also followed them in the rush. Looking back now, not even a servant from the Zhao family was sent over. This was really outrageous. I'm going to confront them. Shangguan Dehui undid his coat button. I'm going too. Shangguan Su followed Shangguan Dehui. As a nephew on his mother's side, his aunt was being bullied. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, the Zhao family might really think there's no one left in the Shangguan family. Dehui, Xiaoxiu, you two don't act rashly. And Ai Cuihua held the hands of both Shangguan Dehui and Shangguan Su. Old Mrs. Shangguan sighed. Dia is right, you two shouldn't act impetuously. Our Shangguan family always acts logically. Right now, Furong is still in the hospital bed. Let's wait for her to wake up first. Shangguan Dehui was impulsive by nature. If he really caused a death, it would be messy. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Dehui and Shangguan Su had no choice but to stop in their tracks. And Ai Cuihua continued, Dehui, you should quickly take them back home. It's late and the children need to rest. They can come back to see Furong in the morning. Madame Shangguan said, Dia, you go back. I will take care of Furong. I don't trust these kids with Zijuan and Ziqing. Such is the heart of every parent. Madame Shangguan was worried about Shangguan Furong. Only with her personal supervision would she be reassured. After some discussion, it was finally decided that Madame Shangguan would stay with Shangguan Furong, while the others would take Zijuan and Ziqing home to rest. After all the commotion, by the time they got home, it was already midnight. Shangguan Dehui and Ai Cuihua went to the neighbors to pick up little Ai Yun. Shangguan she lay on her bed, unable to sleep with the noises outside her window. She got up and knocked on Ai Yang's door. Yang. Sister Xiaoxi. Ai Yang opened the door. Yang, I can't sleep. Can I chat with you? Shangguan she asked. Sure. Ai Yang nodded. The two, dressed in matching pajamas, sat on the bed. Yang, do you think our aunt can get through this? Ai Yang laughed. From adversity comes blessing. Don't worry, your aunt will be fine. After this life and death tribulation, Shangguan Furong should finally realize the truth. Shangguan she continued, my uncle is so awful. He always seemed like such a good man. I can't believe he would betray my aunt. And with Lin Fang of all people. Grandma was right. Lin Fang is not a good woman at all. Thankfully, my father stopped her from marrying into our family in time. Ai Yang was slightly surprised. You've known Lin Fang for a while now? Shangguan she nodded and didn't hide anything, explaining what happened. Oh, I see. Ai Yang squinted. From what you've said, Lin Fang indeed doesn't seem like good news. The two sisters chatted late into the night, but woke early the next morning. The aroma of food was already wafting from downstairs. Breakfast was prepared by Ai Cuihua. Everyone eat quickly. After breakfast, we're going to the hospital to see your aunt. Zhao Ziqing ate heartily, slurping the noodles noisily. Zhao Zijuan said uneasily, Aunt, what happened to my mom? They were asleep throughout the night and had no idea what had transpired. Ai Cuihua smiled. Your mom is fine, she just wasn't feeling well. She's in the hospital right now. We'll go see her after breakfast. Is my mom really okay? Zhao Zijuan asked. She really is. Ai Cuihua patted his head. Hurry and eat. Zhao Ziqing finished her meal before Zhao Zijuan and said to Ai Cuihua, Aunt, I don't want to go to the hospital. Can I go home instead? Today is the first day of the new year, and Dad said he would take me to Aunt Lin Fang's house to pay a New Year visit. The smile on Ai Cuihua's face turned rigid. Shangguan Dehui banged his chopsticks on the table. Don't mention Lin Fang's name again. The air grew quiet. Zhao Ziqing was frightened into tears. All right, let's not scare the child during the holiday. Ai Cuihua squatted down to comfort Zhao Ziqing. After breakfast, the family, carrying a thermos, went to the hospital to visit Shangguan Furong. When they arrived, Madame Shangguan was just coming out of the ward with a water bottle. Why are you here so early? Have you eaten yet? I was just about to get some hot water from the boiler room. Shangguan Dehui asked, Mother, has Furong woken up? She has. Madame Shangguan nodded. Shangguan Dehui glanced inside. Has anyone from the Zhao family arrived yet? Source, web novel. Com, Updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711. Retribution _1 Lady Shangguan shook her head. From last night until now, no one from the Zhao family has shown their face. Hearing that, Shangguan Dihui's face was covered with a layer of anger. And Aizihua took the water bottle from Lady Shangguan's hand. Mom, I'll go fetch water, you go in and eat. Lady Shangguan nodded. They all went into the ward together. Shangguan Furong was sitting at the head of the bed. Her pale face lacked any color. Zhao Zijuan rushed over instantly. Mom. Zijuan. Zhao Ziqing stood by the side. She didn't like her mother, because her mother never took care of her or looked after her. She liked her grandmother, her father, her brother, and Aunt Lin Fong. Mom, you are okay, right? Worry flickered in Zhao Zijian's eyes. Mom is okay, Shangguan Furong shook her head. Shangguan Dehui sat on the sofa without saying a word. Ni Yang set the thermos on the coffee table and scooped out a bowl of chicken soup for Shangguan Furong. Auntie, drink soup. Thank you, Yang Yang. Zhao Zijuan took the chicken soup. Mom, let me feed you. All right, Shangguan Furong nodded. Zhao Zijuan carefully fed Shangguan Furong spoonfuls of chicken soup. The chicken soup contained Chinese medicine and tasted slightly bitter. As she drank, Shangguan Furong's eyes grew red. Only through a near-death experience did she come to realize. On this earth, nothing is as precious as life and familial love. The mood was slightly somber. After finishing the chicken soup, Shangguan Furong looked at Shangguan Dehui, who was sitting on the sofa. Brother, I'm sorry. Do you realize your mistake? Shangguan Dehui looked up. I do, Shangguan Furong nodded. I will live well from now on, and won't do anything foolish. Shangguan Dehui continued. Do you realize that it's not just Zhao Shen's fault, but you also made a mistake? Yes. Ni Yang stood up at the right moment. Brother, Sister Xiaoxi, let's take Zijuan and Ziqing out for a walk. It's too stuffy in here. The grudges and disputes amongst the adults didn't do well for the children to hear. It wasn't good for their growth. Okay. Shangguan Shi immediately responded. Shangguan Su carried little Ni Yun, while Ni Yang and Shangguan Shi, together with Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, left the room. After the children left, the atmosphere in the ward became oppressive. Shangguan Dehui spoke silently. Your domineering, unreasonable behavior and extremism have not only harmed yourself, but also almost harmed the two kids. If it weren't for Yang Yang last night, had you jumped down with the two kids, do you know what the consequences would be? Lady Shangguan sighed. Shangguan Furong lowered her head, tears falling from her eyes. What Shangguan Dehui said was true. In this marriage, it wasn't just Zhao Shen's mistake, she also made mistakes. It was fortunate that last night she did not jump down with the two children. Otherwise, it would have been a grave mistake. Brother, I realize my mistake, I truly do. Shangguan Furong closed her eyes. Yang Yang was right, a woman doesn't necessarily need to spend her lifetime with a man. So, I have decided to divorce Zhao Shen. I don't want anything else except the two children. This time, she truly let go. Shangguan Dehui sighed. It's good if you can think clearly. In a while, Ni Cuihua walked in with the water bottle. The children also came in from outside. Having stayed in the hospital for so long, Zhao Ziqing was very bored. She looked up at Ni Cuihua. Auntie, when can I go home? I miss my grandma, my dad. She originally wanted to add that she missed Aunt Lin Fong too, but when she saw Shangguan Dihui's face, she swallowed the rest of her words. Ni Cuihua felt a bit awkward for a moment, not knowing how to answer Zhao Ziqing. According to Shangguan Furong's intention, these two siblings probably wouldn't be going back to the Zhao family. They were two pitiful children. Shangguan Furong beckoned to Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing. Zijuan, Ziqing, both of you come here. Mom. Zhao Zijuan pulled Zhao Ziqing's hand and walked over. Zijuan, Ziqing, Shangguan Furong held the hands of the two siblings. Mother wants to ask you, do you want to go home? Zhao Ziqing instantly nodded, yes. What about you, Zijuan? Shangguan Furong looked at Zhao Zijuan. Zhao Zijuan, being slightly older than Zhao Ziqing, was quite mature for his age. He hesitated. I want to go home with Mom. Shengguan Furong smiled. Mom can't go back. She could never go back. Why? Zhao Zijuan asked. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Retribution_2. Because your father is now with Aunt Lin Fong, Shengguan Furong replied calmly. Zhao Ziqing laughed and joined in. I really like Aunt Lin Fong. Shengguan Furong felt a sharp twist in her heart, but she maintained a smile on her face. Now, I would give both of you a choice. Do you want to be with your mom or your dad? I want to be with Dad, Zhao Ziqing announced without hesitation. Zhao Zijuan hesitated for a moment. Mom, can I have both? Albeit young, Zhao Zijuan knew that once he chose one, he would lose the other. He wanted both his father and mother. No, you can't. Shengguan Furong shook her head. Then, Zhao Zijuan didn't know how to choose. He didn't want to hurt his mother, but he wanted to be with his father. The teacher once said that a mother is the greatest person in the world. Without his mother, there would be no him. It was his mother who gave him life. It was also his mother who risked her life to give birth to him. If he chose Dad, wouldn't Mom be very sad? But, if he chose his mother, what would happen to his father and grandmother? What should he do? Zhao Zijuan began to sob, and hastily wiped his eyes. The atmosphere instantly turned mournful. Both Madame Shengguan and Denai Zuhua began to tear up. The most painful thing in this world is not death, but separation in life. Brother, don't cry, let's choose Dad. Zhao Ziqing tugged Zhao Zijuan's sleeve. Shengguan Furong reclined to the head of the bed and said with a light tone, Brother, please take them home. Furong, what about you? An alarmed Madame Shengguan exclaimed. Shengguan Furong shut her eyes. I respect the children's choice. She wasn't a qualified mother. She gave the children life but not the care and attention a mother should provide. This time, she wouldn't force the children to stay by her side. Shengguan Dehui nodded, stood up and said, Zijuan, Ziqing, let's go. Zhao Ziqing held Zhao Zijuan's hand and said cheerfully, Great, I can go home now. Brother, let's go. Watching her children gradually disappear from her sight, Shengguan Furong couldn't help but succumb to her tears, falling like broken beads. Just as they were about to step out of the room, Zhao Zijuan abruptly freed himself from Zhao Ziqing's hand, sprinted to Shengguan Furong, and wept. I want to be with Mom. I want to be with Mom. Mom, I'm not going. If both he and his sister left, then Mom would become all alone. He did not want to leave his mother alone. Zijuan. Shengguan Furong held Zhao Zijuan, sobbing uncontrollably. She did not anticipate that the one to stay with her in the end would be Zhao Zijuan. Nobody had expected Zhao Zijuan to suddenly run back. The atmosphere turned more oppressive and stifling. Brother, aren't you coming home with me? Zhao Ziqing tugged at Zhao Zijuan's sleeve. Ziqing, go home, I will stay with Mom. Zhao Zijuan wiped his tears, turned back to look at Shengguan Furong. Mom, can I still see Ziqing in the future? You can. Shengguan Furong nodded. Brother, Zhao Ziqing pulled at Zhao Zijuan's sleeve. I want to be with you. Let's go home together. The bond between these two siblings was really strong. They grew up together and could never bear to part with one another. This sudden separation caused Zhao Ziqing to break down in tears. Ziqing, be good, don't cry. Zhao Zijuan choked back a sob and forced a smile. I'll visit you when Mom gets discharged. I don't want to be separated from you, brother. Zhao Ziqing held onto Zhao Zijuan tightly. Madame Shengguan also broke down in tears. Furong, is this divorce absolutely necessary? She was pained for the children. Once Lin Fong enters the Zhao family, it is predictable that Zhao Ziqing's days won't be pleasant. Both young siblings, one without a father, the other without a mother. The divorce is necessary. Shengguan Furong held back her tears. Madame Shengguan sighed. How tragic. To avoid prolonged pain, Shengguan Dehui swiftly picked up Zhao Ziqing and moved forward. Zhao Ziqing cried and struggled. Uncle, let me go. I want my brother. Brother. Zhao Zijuan watched Zhao Ziqing. Ziqing, you must listen to dad and grandmother at home. Brother. Zhao Ziqing's crying gradually faded in the distance. Zhao Zijuan wiped his tears, turned back to look at Shangguan Furong, and smiled. Mom, I'm okay. Good child. Good child. Madame Shangguan couldn't help but pulled Zhao Zijuan into her arms. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Retribution _3. Shangguan Dehui drove all the way to bring Zhao Ziqing back to the Zhao family. After what happened last night, Shangguan Dehui couldn't face his own family. He was afraid of his impulse to hit Zhao Shen and crouched down to tell Ziqing, Ziqing, you should go in quick, your grandma and father are waiting for you inside. Zhao Ziqing's condition had stabilized a lot, but her eyes were still red. Uncle, aren't you coming in? Shangguan Dehui shook his head. Uncle has things to do, but he'll watch you from here until you go in. Zhao Ziqing said, Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye. Shangguan Dehui watched Zhao Ziqing walk through the grand entrance, and then he drove away. As soon as Zhao Ziqing entered the house, the butler noticed her. The young lady is back. Madam, the young lady is back. Butler grandfather. Zhao Ziqing sniffled. Madame Zhao was reciting sutras in the Buddha hall when she heard the butler's call. She came running out from inside. Ziqing is back. Where is your brother, Ziqing? Brother is with mom. Zhao Ziqing answered. Is your mother all right? Madame Zhao asked in surprise. Zhao Ziqing nodded her head. Madame Zhao continued, Where is your mother now? Mom is at the hospital. Zhao Ziqing replied. Upon learning that Shangguan Furong was all right, Madame Shangguan sighed in relief. Amitba, thanks to the blessing of the Bodhisattva. It's good that she is all right. Who brought you home? Uncle brought me home, answered Zhao Ziqing. Grandma, brother doesn't want us anymore. I want brother. As she spoke, Zhao Ziqing began to cry. Madame Zhao was shocked. Ziqing, what happened? Through her sobs, Zhao Ziqing said, It was mom. Mom made us choose between her and dad. I chose dad, brother chose mom, woo-woo. I want brother. Madame Zhao's eyebrows knitted slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Zhao Zijuan was their legitimate eldest grandson. How could he choose to stay with Shangguan Furong? This was definitely the doing of Shangguan family. Otherwise, why had they left Zhao Ziqing behind and only kept Zhao Zijuan? After all, Zhao Zijuan was a boy. Ziqing, don't cry. Your brother will be back. You play around at home first. Grandma is going to make a trip to see your mom. Grandma, are you going to bring brother back? Yes. Madame Zhao nodded her head. She needed to see what was up with Shangguan Furong, while also testing the attitude of the Shangguan family. Zhao Shen couldn't keep hiding all the time. Madame Zhao called the driver and made a trip to the hospital. She also brought along many nutritional supplements. When knocking at the door, Madame Zhao was very nervous. Yes, the Zhao family had not handled the incident well. She was an old lady, so the Shangguan family wouldn't physically harm her, would they? The one who opened the door was Enai Zihua. Madame Zhao smiled. Aunt? Enai Zihua nodded. You're here. Carrying her nutritional supplements, Madame Zhao walked in. Furong, are you okay? You gave me quite a scare last night. On seeing Madame Zhao, Shangguan Furong was initially stunned, then she shook her head. I'm okay now. That's good to hear. Madame Zhao turned her gaze to Madame Shangguan, her face full of guilt. Elder sister, our Zhao family has wronged you. As the wrong was not done by Madame Zhao, even if Madame Shangguan was angry, she wouldn't take it out on her. It's not your Zhao family that did us wrong. It's Furong who you've wronged. Yes, Furong could be a bit impulsive, but without Zhao Shen's indulgence over the years, could she have turned out this way? From the time of the incident last night to now, not a single person from your Zhao family has come over, not even a phone call. Doesn't human life mean anything to you? Furong might not be perfect, but she gave birth to 2 children for your Zhao family. Madame Shangguan's words were both factually and morally sound, so Madame Zhao found it difficult to refute. You're right, we didn't handle this incident appropriately. Aunt Sui Hua brought over a chair. Please sit. Thank you, Aunt. Madame Zhao sat down as instructed. Soon, Enai Yang came in with Zhao Zijuan. Seeing Madame Zhao, Zhao Zijuan ran over excitedly. Grandma! Zijuan! Madame Zhao patted Zhao Zijuan's head and asked with a smile, Zijuan, why didn't you come home with your sister? Zhao Zijuan shook his head. I want to stay and accompany Mom. Madame Zhao was stunned. She hadn't expected that Zhao Zijuan would voluntarily stay with Shangguan Feng. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714. Retribution_4. Upon hearing Zhao Ziking's recount, she had assumed that the Shangguan family was deliberately keeping Zhao Zijuan from coming home. After all, Zhao Zijuan, who she personally raised, had no reason to abandon her. What on earth was going on? Madame Zhao continued, but your sister misses you so much at home, don't you want to play with her? Zhao Zijuan replied, once Mom is better, she will take me to see my sister. Grandma, rest assured, even if I'm by Mom's side, you will always be my grandma and I will take good care of you when I grow up. Madame Zhao's eyes reddened. She turned to Shangguan Feng. Feng? My boy is still so young, how can you bear? Shangguan Feng changed the subject. Mom, where is Zhao Shen? Why haven't we seen him? True enough. Where was Zhao Shen? He was the father of the two siblings and, technically, Shangguan Furong's husband. Today Madame Zhao could refrain from visiting the hospital, however, Zhao Shen must come. It was his responsibility as a father and a husband. It was a man's duty. Shangguan Dehui furrowed his brow. Madame Zhao seemed hesitant. He is feeling a bit under the weather, resting at home. Shangguan Feng was not suspicious, nodding her head. Then could you please tell him to come to the hospital once he feels better? I have something to discuss with him. What do you need to discuss with him? You can talk to me too, responded Madame Zhao. Just by looking at Shangguan Dehui's menacing face, one could tell his prejudices. Would Zhao Shen live to tell the tale if he showed up now? Shangguan Feng calmly said, about the divorce. Divorce? Madame Zhao's eyes dimmed for a moment. Feng, have you thought it through? Shangguan Feng nodded. And what about Zijuan? Madame Zhao continued. Zijuan will stay with me, said Shangguan Feng. Madame Zhao was startled. Why? Shangguan Feng replied, it's Zijuan's own decision. But Zijuan is the blood of our Zhao family. Madame Zhao's voice filled with excitement. Shangguan Feng calmly replied, Zijuan is also the child I carried in my womb for 10 months. She almost died of heavy bleeding during birth. This was the foreshadowing of future trouble. After the near tragedy of childbirth, Zhao Shen cherished her and did not let her lift a finger. He even hired a nanny for their child. But Madame Zhao, who dotes on her grandson, took care of the child herself. She was treasured by the Zhao family and could act as she pleased. It was thanks to Zhao Shen's love and care that she, disregarding her childbirth trauma, had another child for him 2 years later, fulfilling Zhao Shen's dream of having both a son and a daughter. And after that, their love remained strong as ever. Zhao Shen always listened to her, even suggesting they have more children, but peculiarly, aside from Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, she had no more children over the years. Madame Zhao continued, Feng, you can't be so heartless. The Zhao family has only Zijuan. If you take him away, it's like taking my life. Shangguan Feng was still as calm as ever. Mom, Ziqing is also the blood of the Zhao family. It's not the same. How could a boy and a girl be the same? A boy represents the heritage of a family. A daughters marry out like water poured out. Zhao Ziqing is going to marry sooner or later. Shangguan Feng continued, Mom, let Zhao Shen talk to me. At that time, I will let Zijuan and Ziqing decide again. If both of them choose Zhao Shen, I will not object. She won't force things. Are you serious? Madame Zhao was suspicious of the authenticity of the situation. She suspected Shangguan Furong was tricking her, luring Zhao Shen out. Seriously, Shangguan Furong nodded. Madame Zhao continued, but Zhao Shen is a bit indisposed right now. After last night's harsh beating, the doctor says he needs to recuperate for some time. Did Zhao Shen run away? Shangguan Dehui unexpectedly interjected. Madame Zhao was taken aback. How did Shangguan Dehui know Zhao Shen had run away? Shangguan Dehui smiled. Madam, please go back and pass my message to Zhao Shen. As a man, I despise him. He knew only to run when faced with a problem. Where was the dignity of a man? Madame Zhao said, Uncle, you misunderstood. Zhao Shen didn't run away. He is just seriously injured. The implication was that the Zhao family, had no intention to pursue Shangguan Dehui over this. Thus Shangguan Dehui had no reason not to be pleased. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 715, Retribution_5. Now she was still inquiring about the whereabouts of Zhao Shen. Old lady, you should know about my temper. If I had really acted ruthlessly, he wouldn't have the strength to escape. Shangguan Dehui may have been angry last night, but he hadn't been harsh. Madame Shangguan stepped in at the right moment. All right, Ziking's grandmother, Furong needs to rest now. You should go back. When Zhao Shen recovers from his injury, then come over. Evading certain matters just won't do. Issues that need to be resolved still have to be resolved. Old Madame Zhao got up from the chair. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. Zijuan, would you like to come home with your grandmother? No, Zhao Zijuan shook his head. Grandma, you go ahead first. Zijuan, your little sister has been crying at home. She says that if you don't go back, she won't stop crying. Old Madame Zhao continued, you're a good big brother. Can you bear to let Ziqing cry at home? Zhao Zijuan must not stay at the Shangguans. If the Shangguan family were to sow discord from within, bad-mouthing the Zhao family, and then Zhao Zijuan no longer recognized her as his grandmother or Zhao Shen as his father, what should she do then? Children are like blank sheets of paper. They will do as adults tell them to. Zhao Zijuan is the eldest grandson of the Zhao family. She couldn't let outsiders corrupt him. Zhao Zijuan continued, my little sister is very obedient. As long as you console her a bit more, she won't cry. Grandma, you go back first. Zijuan, don't you want your grandma anymore? Old Madame Zhao's eyes suddenly reddened. I am your real grandmother, Zijuan. Don't you want your grandmother anymore? No, Grandma, it's not that I don't want you, I just want to stay with Mom. Grandma, you've always been my grandma. Zhao Zijuan became flustered. He didn't understand why it had come to this. An Ai Yang came over and said, Grandma Zhao, since Zijuan doesn't want to go back with you right now, you should go first. Don't worry, nobody here will bully Zijuan. This is scaring him. An Ai Yang's voice was light and gentle, pleasing to the ear. Old Madame Zhao sighed and finally let go of Zhao Zijuan, then Grandma will go home first. Zhao Zijuan nodded. After old Madame Zhao left, Zhao Zijuan ran to Shangguan Furong. Mom, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, I will stay here with you. Good. Shangguan Furong nodded. After old lady Zhao left the hospital, she felt uneasy no matter what. The longer Zhao Zijuan stayed at Shangguan's, the more likely he was to be brainwashed by the Shangguan family and might end up not recognizing anyone. It seemed she must quickly get in touch with Zhao Shen. After several transfers, old Madame Zhao finally met Zhao Shen in an inn. Lin Fong was also there. Mom, why are you here? Zhao Shen quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks. Since she had accepted Lin Fong as one of their own, old Madame Shangguan did not hesitate to tell them the whole story. Upon hearing this, Lin Fong could not hide her joy. Divorce. That's great. They were finally getting a divorce. Shenbao, Zijuan is our descendant of Zhao family. How can we just give him to the Shangguan family? Why don't you negotiate with Furong? Give Ziqing to her if it's okay. Anyway, we can't give Zijuan to her. As she spoke, old Madame Zhao started to cry. Lin Fang quickly said, Auntie is right, Zijuan carries the Zhao family's bloodline and heritage. We can't let the Shangguan family take him away. It's just a child. If he were to come back, it wouldn't pose any threat to her. She had her ways of dealing with children. Old Madame Zhao excitedly held Lin Fang's hand. Xiaolin understands me. Zhao Shen then asked, Is Furong okay now? Old Madame Zhao said, Good people don't live long, but the scourges last for 1,000 years. Rest assured, she's fine. Zhao Shen breathed a sigh of relief. What about brother? Is he still angry? Old Madame Zhao frowned. Looking at Shangguan de Hui, I could tell he was still quite angry. How about this? You bring a few more people when you go. If he dares beat you, we won't be afraid of the Shangguan family. Things had come to this point, and they could only risk a chance. Now you pack up and come back with me, and we will discuss what we should do. Then we will pay a visit to the Shangguan family. All right. Zhao Shen nodded. Lin Fang returned to the Zhao family with them. The Zhao family was magnificent and luxurious. Comparing it to the Chang family was like comparing heaven and earth. Lin Fang felt extraordinarily pleased thinking about how she would soon become the mistress of this place. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, Retribution _6. I should go back home. My mother-in-law must be hungry by now. Lin Fang said, trying to gain Mrs. Zhao's favor in the late hour. Go on. Mrs. Zhao nodded approvingly, and as she watched Lin Fang leave, she spoke to Shen Bao. She's a good woman. You won't make a mistake with her. Shen Bao replied, nodding his head. After resting at home for another day, Shen Bao took his daughter, Ziqing, to the hospital to see Shangguan Furong on the third morning. The ones accompanying Furong in the hospital that day were Mrs. Shangguan, De Hui and Denai Zihua. No other younger family members were present. Upon seeing Shen Bao, De Hui managed to suppress his urge to lash out, and his face darkened immeasurably. Mom, brother, Shen Bao spoke up first. The room fell silent, no one responded. You're here, have a seat. Furong said, sitting up from the bed. When she addressed Shen Bao, she remained incredibly composed. It's okay, I can stand, Shen Bao said. He wasn't a fool to take a seat under such circumstances. Erase the divorce agreement, please read it. Furong handed the document to him. Shen Bao was stunned at Furong's calm demeanor. He slowly took the agreement and began reading. Since Ziqing is here too, feel free to discuss with who they'd like to stay. Furong said nonchalantly, I want to stay with Dad. Ziqing stuck with her decision. Just like 4 days prior, she didn't hesitate to choose Shen Bao. I choose my mom, Zijuan stated. Remembering his mother's request, Shen Bao found himself at a loss for words momentarily before pleading. Furong, Zijuan is the only boy from the Zhao family. Can you? That depends on Zijuan, responded Furong. As long as they're willing, I don't mind if both of them stay with you. Zijuan, don't you want to stay with your father and grandmother? Shen Bao squat down to engage Zijuan. Zijuan replied, You have Ziqing to keep you and grandmother company. Dad, don't worry. Even if I stay with Mom, I will always be your son and I will always come home to visit you and Ziqing. If neither of them wants to stay with their mother, she's pitiful. Shen Bao pondered, then asked, What if Ziqing wants to stay with her mom? Will you leave with me? Upon hearing this, not just Zijuan, but also Furong, De Hui, Mrs. Shangguan, and even Ni Zuihua were taken aback. No one expected Shen Bao to consider giving up Ziqing for Zijuan. What was he thinking? Although Ziqing was young, she grasped the implication in her father's words and immediately began to cry, Dad, don't you want me anymore? Did Ziqing do something wrong? I want Dad. I don't want to stay with Mom. Shen Bao was in immense pain. But he had no choice. He held Ziqing tightly. Ziqing, I'm sorry. Can you exchange places with your brother? Dad is begging you. He is kneeling down. With that, Shen Bao knelt. No. No, wailed Ziqing, frightened, her crying intensifying. Shen Bao. Are you even human? De Hui roared, yanking Shunbao to his feet. Uncle, don't hit my dad. Zijuan clung to De Hui's leg. Crying out loud, Shunbao confessed, I have no choice, no choice. He wanted both of his children, but it was impossible in this situation. For the sake of the children, De Hui then let go of Shunbao. Ziqing clung to her father's leg bawling, Ziqing will be good and listen to Dad. Dad, don't abandon me. I don't want to stay with Mom. Mrs. Shangguan and Enai Zuihua also started crying. What's happening here? Come with me, De Hui demanded, patting Shenbao's shoulder. Shunbao slowly rose to his feet. Uncle. Zijuan worried he was going to make things harder for Shunbao. Don't worry, Zijuan, I just want to talk to your dad. De Hui escorted Shunbao to an empty room next door, locked the door, and without a word, punched Shunbao in the face. This punch is for Furong and the kids. After this, you're no longer part of our family. You're an unworthy father and an unworthy husband. Shenbao's recently healed face started swelling again. Immediately after speaking, De Hui raised his fist again and Shunbao instinctively tried to dodge. But to his surprise, De Hui directed his punch toward his own face. Was he really hitting himself? Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717. Retribution _7 Zhaoshen was stunned. After the punch, Shangguan Dihui's face was red and swollen. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. This punch, I owe it to your Zhao family. As the elder brother, I failed to manage my little sister properly, letting her do as she pleased and cause such a major disaster. Zhao Xin's infidelity was unforgivable. Shangguan Furong's arrogance fueled by favoritism too was unforgivable. Both of them were equally to blame. Brother, Zhao Xin choked out, I was wrong, I really was. Shangguan Dehui licked the back of his teeth. From now on, our two families will have no relation whatsoever. You should go back to addressing me as Mr. Shangguan. After finishing, Shangguan Dehui pulled open the door and left without looking back. Zhao Xin stood in place, crying bitterly. Only after a while did he walk out of the room. Upon exiting, he discovered that Shangguan Dehui had not gone to the ward but was on the corridor, smoking a cigarette. It had been more than 20 years since he had seen Shangguan Dehui smoke. Go in. Shangguan Dehui extinguished the butt of the cigarette. Both their faces were red and swollen, an embarrassing sight that startled both Grandma Shangguan and Natihua. Were these two men involved in a fight? Dehui you? Shangguan Dehui waved his hand. It's okay, I knocked myself. What coincidence, the two of them bumped into something simultaneously. Zhao Xun signed his name on the divorce agreement and stamped his seal. At this real moment of relief, he should feel relaxed, but for some reason, his mood was surprisingly heavy, very heavy. Zhao Ziqing walked over and carefully tugged at Zhao Xun's clothes. Dad, you won't abandon me, right? No. Zhao Xun shook his head, handing over the signed divorce papers to Shangguan Furong. As he was leaving, Zhao Xun said, Ziqing, go hug your mother. No. Ziqing shook her head. She didn't like her mother. It was her mother who separated her and her brother. She would never forgive her mother in this lifetime. She liked Auntie Lin Fong. Let's go. Shangguan Dehui looked at everyone else, then said, Ziqing, say goodbye to your grandmother, your mother, and your uncles. Goodbye. Zhao Ziqing waved her hand. Little sister. Tears welled up in Zhao Zijin's eyes. Brother. Just as Zhao Ziqing was about to reach for Zijin's hand, Zhao Xun scooped her up. Ziqing, it's time for us to go home. Zhao Ziqing started crying and complaining. To prevent their mother from getting upset, Zhao Zijuan held back his tears. Shangguan Furong couldn't bear to see them this way. Zijuan, go see off your little sister. Zhao Zijuan sprinted out to chase after the departing black car, chasing it far and far away. Little sister, don't worry, I will come to see you. I promise. At the Zhao's family house. From the moment Zhao Xun left, Grandma Zhao had been standing at the gate, watching for Zhao Xun's return. At last, she noticed the familiar car arriving. Grandma Zhao quickly rushed to greet it, Zijuan. But the ones who got out of the car were Zhao Shen and Zhao Ziqing. Zhao Zijuan was nowhere to be seen. Grandma Zhao's face turned ashen. Where's Zijuan? Zhao Shen reluctantly replied. Zijuan chose to go with Furong. What? Grandma Zhao raised her cane. Unfilial son. How could you let the bloodline of our Zhao family just slip away? Weren't you supposed to switch Ziqing and Zijuan? You unfilial son. After all, Shangguan Furong can still bear more children, but the Zhao family only has one eldest grandson. Zhao Ziqing, looking at Grandma Zhao, felt that her grandmother was a frightening stranger. Why didn't her grandmother want her? Zhao Shen sighed. Mother, Ziqing is also the flesh and blood of our Zhao family. Can they be the same? Go and bring Zijuan back immediately. Bring my great-grandson back. I want my great-grandson. Grandma Zhao cried and complained. Suddenly she blacked out and collapsed. Zhao Shen was frightened. Mom. The doctor soon arrived. After some resuscitation, he sighed. The old lady has suffered a stroke as a result of acute anger. There is no immediate danger to her life now, but she will have after effects. What kind of after effects? Zhao Shen questioned impatiently. The doctor casually adjusted his glasses. She will be bedridden due to hemiplegia and will also have difficulty speaking. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:18. Ni Yang takes action. _1 Hearing the doctor's words, Zhao Shen felt a thud in his heart. Stroke? Paralysis? Is there any chance of my mother recovering? Zhao Shen asked next. The doctor shook his head regretfully. Zhao Shen's face turned terribly pale in an instant. How could this be? He clutched his head in agony, slowly sliding down until he sat against the door frame. Dad. Zhao Ziqing tugged at Zhao Shen's sleeve. Zhao Shen grabbed Zhao Ziqing and burst into loud sobs. Zhao Ziqing was also scared into crying. Upon learning that Madame Zhao had been paralyzed, Lin Fang was exceptionally pleased. Since times immemorial, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was the most complex. Now, once she married into the Zhao family, she wouldn't have to worry about this issue. Chang Yu also felt very happy. Even though she couldn't become the daughter of the Shangguan family, the Zhao family wasn't bad either. The Zhao family, after all, was also a prominent family. Her ultimate goal was to be a wealthy young lady. She didn't mind whose daughter she ended up as. Mom, when can we move into the Zhao family's home? Ever since Chang Yu witnessed the grandeur of the Zhao family, she became dissatisfied with her own home. Lin Fang narrowed her eyes. Soon, this time, there is no one to stand in our way. That very day, Lin Fang visited the Zhao family to offer Zhao Shen and Zhao Ziqing her warmth. Zhao Shen was moved by Lin Fang and gradually emerged from his grief. A month later, Shangguan Furong was successfully discharged from the hospital. And Lin Fang and Zhao Shen joyfully entered the realm of matrimony. Perhaps out of guilt, or a wish to keep a low profile, they didn't have a big wedding, only inviting some of the Zhao relatives. Madame Zhao, sitting in her wheelchair, wore a look of contentment as she watched Zhao Shen and Lin Fang. It was okay for her to lose a grandson. Lin Fang was still young and able to bear children. She was certain that she could wait until the birth of her great-grandson. Madame Zhao's eyes were filled with determination. Chang Yu went from ordinary girl to wealthy daughter and suddenly became the center of attention. Everywhere she went, she was surrounded by people. Whenever she saw Ni Yang at school, she wore a contemptuous expression, acting as if her nose was in the air. What was Ni Yang? A petty trader who could not make a public appearance. She was the rich heir of the Zhao family. Could she even be compared with her? Ni Yang was there to take an entrance exam that day. As she walked to the classroom door, she was blocked by an arm. What do you want? Her eyes lifted slightly, her clear face tinged with a hint of anger. Ni Yang, look, this is 20 yuan. If you crawl under my arm and bark like a dog, this money will be yours. Chang Yu held up 2 big notes, her face filled with satisfaction. Why did Ni Yang become a petty trader? Wasn't it for money? She could finally trample Ni Yang under her foot. With money, Chang Yu could make Ni Yang work like an ox or a horse. A good dog does not stand in the way. If you're sick, go to the hospital. The school is not a place for you to act out. Ni Yang gracefully raised her hand, seemingly without any effort, swiped off Chang Yu's arm. Chang Yu staggered, almost falling down. Chang Yu turned white with anger. You dare to push me? So what if I pushed you? Ni Yang turned her gaze back slightly, a touch of wanton smile on her lips. Not content. She was rather defiant. Chang Yu was almost choked to death by Ni Yang's attitude. When Ni Yang was a petty trader, she was suppressed by her. Now even though she has become a wealthy lady, Ni Yang still suppresses her. Why, on what basis does Ni Yang do this? Ni Yang, you little slut. You dare to push me. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Believe it or not, I'll tell my dad and you won't get away with it. Chang Yu hissed nastily. Ni Yang gave a slight smile. I don't know who your dad is, but I know who your mom is, a mistress who is willing to sleep with any man. By the way, do you know what a mistress is? A person who deliberately interferes with other people's happy families. Seeing you being so smug, your mom must have been very successful in stealing someone else's man, right? Ni Yang always had a score to settle. If Chang Yu didn't offend her, she naturally wouldn't divulge this matter in front of the whole class, but now Chang Yu made her uncomfortable and she didn't feel obliged to turn the other cheek. Moreover, she wasn't the type to pay back kindness with ingratitude. As soon as these words came out, the whole class, some dozens of pairs of eyes, all looked towards Chang Yu. A mistress. It wasn't a good reputation. No wonder Chang Yu suddenly became rich recently, and all the clothes she wore cost a couple of hundred yuan each. So it turned out that her mother had done something scandalous. Chang Yu's face suddenly turned white. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719. Ni Yang takes action. _2. Ni Yang, that damned little bitch. How did she know? What are you spouting nonsense about? Ni Yang walked to her seat and meticulously arranged her books. If I'm spouting nonsense, you can sue me for defamation in court. Chang Yu had nothing to say, her feelings bottling up in her chest, making her feel suffocated. Just you wait. She will definitely get her revenge. Chang Yu turned around and walked out of the classroom. Anyway, she's now a wealthy young lady. Whether she studies or goes to college doesn't matter. She's not like Ni Yang, that little bitch, who has to rely on university to change her life. The next day, Shengguan Furong took Zhao Zijuan to the Zhao family to see Zhao Ziqing. But Lin Fong blocked the door and did not let her in. Lin Fong, you have no right to keep me out. Shengguan Furong squinted her eyes. Lin Fong said smugly, I am now the mistress of this house, and I decide who can come in. I tell you now that you have no right to set foot in our house. Shengguan Furong did not want to argue with her. I am still Ziqing's mother. What right do you have to prevent me from coming in? Lin Fong gave Shengguan Furong a look. It depends on whether Ziqing still recognizes you as her mother. Ziqing, come here. Chang Yu, holding Zhao Ziqing's hand, came out. Mom, did you call me? Lin Fong nodded. Ziqing, come to Mom. Shengguan Furong was stunned. She did not expect Zhao Ziqing to switch so quickly. Is Lin Fong really that good? Making her call Mom so sweetly? Lin Fong pointed at Shengguan Furong. Ziqing, do you want this woman to come into our house? I don't want to. Zhao Ziqing shook her head. Zhao Zijuan got anxious. Sister, she is our mother. Zhao Ziqing said, she is not my mother. Aunt Lin Fong is 1,000 times better than Shengguan Furong. Zhao Ziqing continued, brother, you don't follow her. Come back to Mom and Dad, or I'll ignore you. She's not our mother. Zhao Zijuan said, she is Aunt Lin Fong. Ziqing, how can you not even recognize your mother? Then you are not my brother. I don't want you anymore. Zhao Ziqing yelled out in anger. After yelling, Zhao Ziqing took Chang Yu's hand and said, "Sister, let's go." Zhao Ziqing has been very happy during this time. Lin Fang treats her better than her own daughter, and she has long since forgotten others. Shengguan Furong watched Zhao Ziqing's departing figure in disbelief, her eyes slowly turning red. This was her own doing, she could blame no one else. Lin Fang scoffed and said, "See, it's your own daughter who doesn't recognize you. It has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and leave, you are not welcome here. A divorced woman still wandering around, aren't you ashamed?" Shengguan Furong took a deep breath. "Where is Zhao Xin? I want to see Zhao Xin." She had a peaceful divorce with Zhao Xin. They agreed during their divorce that as long as Zijuan misses them, he can visit the Zhao family at any time. "Zhao Xin will not see you, get out. If I have to call the servants, it will be embarrassing for everyone." Don't think Lin Fang didn't know what Shengguan Furong was thinking. She just wanted to seduce Zhao Xin, to rekindle their old flame, right? No way. It had only been 3 days since she had married Zhao Xin, and here was Shengguan Furong, already trying to interfere. How shameless! As long as she was there, she would never let Shengguan Furong see Zhao Xin. "Mom, let's go." Zhao Zijuan tugged at Shengguan Furong's sleeve. "I don't want to see Dad anymore. And I don't miss Grandma." He didn't want his mother to bear the brunt of others' displeasure. Aunt Lin Fang was quite gentle and kind before, but he didn't know why she had changed like this now. However, as long as he knew that his sister was doing well now, he was at ease. Before Shengguan Furong could respond, Lin Fang slammed the front gate shut and ordered the servants not to open the door to Shengguan Furong in the future. On their wedding day, Lin Fang dismissed the old butler, and there was a major reshuffling of the Zhao family staff. Now, the Zhao family was no longer what it used to be. As soon as Lin Fang entered the villa, Zhao Xin came out from inside. "Who was that outside just now?" "Just someone asking for directions." Lin Fang replied. "Oh." Zhao Xin nodded, not suspecting anything. To demonstrate her devotion and virtues, Lin Fang then said, "Xin, let me take care of our mom from now on. No matter what, the servants are outsiders and I'm a little worried." Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, Anai Yang Takes Action. _3. Lady Zhao is now unable to speak, even if the maid treats her badly, she can't voice it. In fact, Zhao Xin is quite concerned. Zhao Xin trusts Lin Fang more than other maids. Zhao Xin nodded with a smile. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "It's not troublesome." Lin Fang shook her head. "This is what I should do as a daughter-in-law. I also have experience from taking care of my mother-in-law." Lady Chang is now also living at Zhao's house. Her condition is similar to Lady Zhao's, paralyzed and mute. Zhao Xin said emotionally, "Lin Fang, to be able to marry you, is my good fortune for 3 lifetimes." Lin Fang's face flushed. Then that night, to show that she really had experience and devotion, Lin Fang changed Lady Zhao's diapers and cleaned her in front of Zhao Xin. There was a particular smell in the room, but Lin Fang's face was full of smiles. In the twinkling of an eye, a month passed, during which Lin Fang took care of Lady Zhao. She was feeling more and more uncomfortable. After all, which wealthy lady needs to personally take care of the elderly? Zhao Xin was very busy, becoming unavailable at home after the 3rd day of their marriage. He didn't even see her hardship. When he occasionally visited, she had to try her best to please Zhao Xin. What is this? Why was it that when Shengguan Furong was here, everyone in the Zhao family treated her like a princess, but when she arrived, she had to be the maid, serving this and that? Does she deserve to be Zhao's old maid? This cannot go on. She came to the Zhao's home to enjoy a life of leisure. Lin Fang suppressed her frustrations, and with a bowl of chicken soup, she opened the door to Lady Zhao's bedroom. "Mom." Hearing Lin Fang's voice, Lady Zhao turned to look at her. Over the past few days, Lin Fang had been serving her diligently, and Lady Zhao was very satisfied with this new daughter-in-law. "Mom, drink soup." Lin Fang scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup to feed Lady Zhao. It had a strong scent of Chinese medicine. Lady Zhao turned her head, not wanting to drink. Now she couldn't speak and could only express herself through actions. If it was a few days ago, Lin Fang would definitely kindly say, "Mom, if you don't want to drink it, I'll get you another bowl." But Lin Fang did not have such patience today. Thinking of this, Lin Fang slammed the chicken soup on the table, expressing angrily, "Drink it or don't." Lady Zhao widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Lin Fang. Was she hallucinating? Lin Fang didn't care and turned to walk out the door. Lady Zhao lay in bed, her mouth open, making ah sounds, her body twisting. "What's wrong now?" Lin Fang turned back to look at Lady Zhao. Because of a stroke, Lady Zhao was now twisted and could not even make regular expressions, only able to stare at Lin Fang. Just as Lin Fang got to the bed, she smelled a foul odor. Defecation again. Over the past few days, Lin Fang had cleaned up Lady Zhao's feces and urine countless times, and at this moment, smelling this made her feel sick enough to vomit. Lady Zhao could do nothing but watch Lin Fang shed tears. After venting her frustrations, Lin Fang headed downstairs. Zhao Ziqing and Chang Yu were just coming in. "Mom, sister is taking my things." Zhao Ziqing ran over to complain. "What's yours? That piano is a gift from Dad to me." Chang Yu said angrily. Becoming the Zhao family's daughter seems glamorous on the surface, but in reality, she's been taking hits from all sides. She's obviously much older than Zhao Ziqing, yet Zhao Ziqing bosses her around. Such dominance at such a young age. A child born of a mother, yet not educated by one. "That's my dad. This is my house. You have no shame." Zhao Ziqing continued, "Mom, you criticize big sister. She's the older one, she should give in to the younger one." Lin Fang treats her very well, almost indulging her in every way. Even if it's her fault, Lin Fang would stand by her side. "Who'd you say has no shame?" Lin Fang looked at Zhao Ziqing with a smile on her face. Zhao Ziqing thought Lin Fang was going to support her, pointing at Chang Yu and said, "She has no shame. Dad is my dad, that piano Dad bought is mine." Lin Fang's face stiffened. "Who has no shame? Say it again." Even Chang Yu was stunned. "Mom." Lin Fang said, "Xiao Yu, from today you do not need to give in to her." Zhao Ziqing's eyes welled up, she began to cry loudly, "Dad? Woo, shut up." Lin Fang no longer wanted to pretend. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721. Ni Yang takes action. _4. She had had enough. Lin Fang's cheekbones were naturally higher than the average person. At this moment, with her face stern, she looked like a terrifying demon. Her fierce appearance was scary. It was a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Chang Yu moved to Lin Fang's side, watching Zhao Ziqing's retreating figure, and worriedly said, "Mom, what if she complains?" Zhao Ziqing and the old Lady Zhao were different. Old Lady Zhao could not speak or move, not even a hint of facial expression. But Zhao Ziqing was 8 years old this year, able to speak clearly. If she tells Zhao Shen, it would be hard to explain. Lin Fang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have ways to keep her quiet." Seeing Lin Fang's confidence, Chang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In the night, Zhao Ziqing curled up in the cold bed, staring at the family photo on the desk, and silently shed tears. She missed her dad, missed her brother, and a little bit she also missed her mother. Despite being a bad mother, she had never hurt her. She guessed that Zhao Shen would be returning soon. Lin Fang's attitude had improved quite a bit these few days. On the third day, Zhao Shen really did return. Lin Fang made sure Zhao Ziqing was all dressed up and ready in the living room to greet Zhao Shen. "Dad." "Ziqing." Zhao Shen picked Zhao Ziqing up. "Have you been getting along well with your mom at home these days?" Zhao Ziqing first glanced at Lin Fang, then nodded, "Very well, I really like Mom." Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Fang's face. Zhao Shen said, "That's good, shall we go and see how Granny is doing?" Lin Fang was fully prepared. Granny Zhao's room was spotlessly clean. The bedding had all been changed, and there was incense burning in the room. There was not any hint of an unpleasant smell. Satisfied on seeing how well Lin Fang had taken care of Granny Zhao, Zhao Shen was instantly relieved. But meanwhile, Granny Zhao was twisting her body and grunting angrily. Tears filled her eyes. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Shen asked anxiously. Granny Zhao couldn't speak and could only look at her son in distress. Lin Fang chimed in from one side, "Dear Shen, Mom has been like this lately. I had Dr. Xie look at her. Dr. Xie said our mom is desperately longing to hold her great-grandson, causing a bit of mental distress. It's all right, you don't need to worry." "Is it serious?" Zhao Shen continued, "I think my mom's complexion has worsened recently. She also seems to have lost a lot of weight." He remembered that when he left, Granny Zhao was in high spirits. But now, her face was dull and lifeless, like a plant losing its gloss. She seemed to have aged more than 10 years. "It's not serious." Lin Fang shook her head. Dr. Xie said that people with troubled hearts usually look this way. Moreover, Mom originally had a stroke due to distress. As long as we take care of her, it will be fine. Zhao Shen sighed in relief. That's good. He was a filial son and couldn't bear to see Granny Zhao suffer at all. The fact that he hadn't brought Zhao Zijuan back home, resulting in Granny Zhao ending up in this condition, had already made him feel very guilty. That's not the case. Lin Fang is a wicked woman. Granny Zhao gazed at Zhao Shen, her eyes wide open, making constant noises. But how could Zhao Shen understand Zhao Granny's intention? He wasn't a mind reader. Lin Fang continued, "Dear Shen, Dr. Xie said our mom needs plenty of rest for her illness. We should not disturb her rest. Look, she is even getting upset." "All right." Zhao Shen nodded. "Let's go." "Don't go." Zhao Shen, "Don't go. You've been fooled by Lin Fang, the wicked woman." Granny Zhao watched Zhao Shen's retreating figure. Anxiety filled her eyes. However, Zhao Shen still followed Lin Fang and left. Seeing the now closed door, Granny Zhao felt as lifeless as ashes. Oh God. It would have been better for her to die than live through such agony. But, on second thought, if she died, there would be no one to expose Lin Fang's crime. So she must live on. She must live on. There was a firm resolve in Granny Zhao's eyes. Zhao Shen stayed at home for 2 days during his return. Granny Zhao and Zhao Ziqing also had 2 peaceful days. But as soon as Zhao Shen left, Lin Fang resumed her true nature. Zhao Ziqing now really liked going to school. She was extremely afraid of spending time at home. She also missed her brother and mother more and more. She hoped that her brother and mother could come to see her again. In fact, Shangguan Furong did came, but was stopped by Lin Fang at the door, as usual. Shangguan Furong returned with Zhao Zijuan. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Ni Yang Takes Action. _5. Auntie, didn't you take Zijuan back home to see Ziqing? Ni Yang was a bit surprised to see Shangguan Furong return so quickly. Shangguan Furong sighed. Lin Fang didn't want to let us in. Last time she had at least seen Zhao Ziqing, but this time, Zhao Ziqing hadn't appeared at all. Lin Fang didn't want to? Ni Yang furrowed her brows slightly. Then did you see Uncle Zhao? Shangguan Furong shook her head. No. Ni Yang continued, Auntie, I think you need to have a good talk with Uncle Zhao. There seems to be something fishy about this. Although Zhao Shen was disloyal to love, his character wasn't the worst. This could be seen from the fact he gave half of his properties to Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong hesitated for a moment, then said, Okay, I'll go find him now. Shangguan Furong and Zhao Shen had been a couple for half a lifetime. It would be easy for her to find Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen was surprised to see Shangguan Furong actively seeking him out. He had thought that he and Shangguan Furong would never interact for the rest of their lives. Over the past couple of months, Shangguan Furong seemed to have changed a lot. And yet it seemed like nothing had changed. Shedding her intimidating demeanor, she had become a lot more gentle, and there was an added softness in her eyes. Zhao Zijuan was overjoyed to see Zhao Shen, running over excitedly, "Dad! My son!" Zhao Shen lifted Zhao Zijuan into his arms. Zhao Zijuan wrapped his arms around Zhao Shen's neck. "Dad, this is the best. You haven't abandoned me. I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Nonsense. How could Dad ever abandon you?" Shangguan Furong spoke at the right moment. "Zijuan and I have returned twice but were turned away both times. That's why Zijuan thought you didn't want him anymore." "Returned?" Zhao Shen frowned slightly. "When did you return?" "Nobody told me." Shangguan Furong replied, "On the third day after you and Lin Fong received your marriage certificate, Zijuan said he missed you guys, so I took him back once. We also returned today, but Lin Fong wouldn't let us in. She said you didn't want to see us." Zhao Shen didn't say anything. He seemed to remember, that day he asked who was at the door, but Lin Fong said it was someone asking for directions. What's going on? Lin Fong was never a petty person. Why would she hide this? Zhao Shen continued, "There must have been some misunderstanding. I've just finished my work for today, so I'll take you two back. Mom will be thrilled to see Zijuan." "Okay," Shangguan Furong nodded. Zhao Shen drove with the mother and son away. Zhao Zijuan sat in the passenger seat while Lin Fong sat in the rear. Zhao Zijuan hadn't seen Zhao Shen for a long time. Now father and son had a belly full of words to share. The car was getting closer and closer to the villa. A servant rushed back into the villa. "Ma'am, the master has returned." At this time, Lin Fong was venting her anger by beating Zhao Ziqing. At the news, she was startled. "What?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhao Ziqing's eyes. "Great. Dad's back. Dad's back. She wouldn't have to be beaten." "The master returned with," the servant repeated. Lin Fong swiftly hid the needle. "You beast, go back to your room and read. If you dare to say anything out of line, I'll kill you." Then she ordered, "Have someone tidy up Madam's room." "All right," the servant nodded, quickly finding another servant to go upstairs. Lin Fong adjusted her hair and clothes and went towards the door. Just as she was out the door, she saw Zhao Shen step out of the car. Before she could react, the car door in the rear opened and Shangguan Furong came out. "Shangguan Furong? How did she get here? What a shameless hussy." Lin Fong was fuming, but had to maintain a pleasant smile on her face, stepping forward courteously. "Brother Shen, welcome back. Sister Furong is also here. Come inside." Shangguan Furong looked at Lin Fong and said, "You really are quick at changing faces." Lin Fong stepped back as forward, her eyes watering up. "Sister Furong, I know I wronged you. It's only right for you to dislike me." Shangguan Furong impatiently brushed her off. "I don't have time to watch your theatrics. Zijuan, let's go inside to see Grandma and your sister." "Okay." Zhao Zijuan cheered and ran into the house. This was once Zhao Zijuan's home, and he was familiar with every corner of the villa. Seeing the place he had once lived in, Zhao Zijuan almost started to cry. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723. Ni Yang takes action. _6. This place isn't his home anymore. Zhao Zijuan rushed all the way to Zhao Ziqing's bedroom. "Little sister. Little sister." Was this his brother's voice? Zhao Ziqing thought she was hearing things. After all, she would often hear her mother and brother's voices in her dreams recently. Only when she opened the door did she realize she wasn't hallucinating. Zhao Ziqing embraced Zhao Zijuan tightly and began to cry. "Brother. Ooh, I'm sorry, brother. I missed you so much." Lin Fong stood behind, a displeased expression in her eyes. "Little beast. Just wait till everyone leaves, shall see how I'll deal with her." "It's okay, little sister. Confucius once said, which person without faults isn't a sage. So, brother forgives you." "Thank you, brother." Zhao Ziqing wanted to hug Shangguan Furong again, but she dared not. She was afraid Lin Fong would stab her with a needle again. Zhao Zijuan then asked, "Where's Grandma? Should we visit her?" Zhao Shen stepped forward. "Grandma is upstairs, I'll take you up." At this point, Lin Fang stepped in. "Mom just went to sleep. Why don't we go downstairs for some tea first, then visit her after a while? It hasn't been long. What if things upstairs aren't cleaned up yet?" Zhao Shen, being an obedient son, turned to Shangguan Furong. "Should we wait a while before going to see Mom?" Shangguan Furong glanced at her wristwatch. "All right." They waited downstairs for over half an hour before Zhao Shen took them upstairs. Upstairs was already tidied up. Old Lady Zhao was lying in bed, tears of excitement filling her eyes when she saw Shangguan Furong and Zhao Zijuan approach. "This isn't a dream, is it? Grandma!" Zhao Zijuan sprinted over. Seeing Zhao Zijuan, whom she had been missing terribly, Old Lady Zhao momentarily forgot about her anger. Seeing Old Lady Zhao on the bed, Shangguan Furong asked in surprise, "What happened to her?" Having been mother and daughter-in-law with Old Lady Zhao for over a decade and calling Mrs. Shangguan Mom for so many years, some habits can't be changed overnight. Moreover, Old Lady Zhao had been truly kind to her in the past. She didn't realize this until now. Old Lady Zhao was fed up with her, which led to her subsequent actions, so now, Shangguan Furong didn't blame her. She didn't blame anyone. Zhao Shen sighed. A while ago, she was shocked and suffered a stroke. She's been like this ever since. "Did you get a doctor to look at her?" Shangguan Furong asked. "Yes." Zhao Shen nodded. Shangguan Furong pressed on. "What did the doctor say?" Zhao Shen sighed again, remaining silent for fear that Old Lady Zhao would be heartbroken if she heard. Shangguan Furong slightly frowned, walked over to Old Lady Zhao. "Mom, how are you feeling now?" Old Lady Zhao could not say anything, only making whimpering noises. "Mom, do you have something to tell me?" As people who had spent over a decade together, Shangguan Furong immediately understood Old Lady Zhao's intentions. The whimpering got louder. Shangguan Furong continued, "If you have something to say to me, please blink your eyes." Old Lady Zhao blinked. Lin Fang knew something was amiss, fearing Shangguan Furong would find out something. She immediately walked over and said, "Sister Furong, Mom hasn't seen Zijuan in such a long time. She's probably thankful that you brought him over today." While saying this, she gave Old Lady Zhao a warning look. Shangguan Furong continued, "Zhao Shen, I know a doctor who might be able to help Mom." "Who?" Zhao Shen asked eagerly. Hope appeared in Old Lady Zhao's eyes. "Yang." Shangguan Furong replied. These days, she had seen what Yang could do and believed that Yang could cure Old Lady Zhao. Yang. Zhao Shen furrowed his brows. "But isn't Yang only 19? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang felt relieved. 19? What could a little girl of 19 know about medicine? Shangguan Furong continued, Yang is really incredible. Do you remember that kid Guobao from the Yang family? I do. Zhao Shen nodded. Shangguan Furong said, Guobao was cured by Yang. Now everyone calls Yang the little divine doctor. Hearing this, Zhao Shen had some expectations. Then let's invite Yang over now. I'll go. Shangguan Furong said, Zijuan, stay here with Dad. Luckily today was a weekend. Both Yang and Zihua were at the Shangguans. Soon, Shangguan Furong had brought Yang over. Seeing Yang, Lin Fang was astonished. Wasn't this girl the one who was with Mrs. Shangguan at the clothing store last time? She called Shangguan Furong Auntie. Could it be that her mother married Shangguan Dehui? My God! Could the incident at the clothing store have been orchestrated by Yang? A fury rose in Lin Fang's heart. Zhao Shen said, Yang, we're counting on you to help Mom. I'll do my best. After saying this, Yang went over to Old Lady Zhao's side to check her pulse. Old Lady Zhao's condition was very serious, far worse than Yang had imagined. Yang slightly furrowed her brows, the long lashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. Lin Fang smirked mockingly. I heard from Sister Furong that little divine doctor is very proficient. I'm sure the little divine doctor can cure Mom's illness, right? Divine doctor? She looked more like a quack to her. A youngster coming out to swindle others. Anai Yang looked back at Lin Fang with a smile, the corners of her mouth revealing a light dimple. I may not have other talents, but I do have ways to make old Lady Zhao speak. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724. Revealing the Truth. _1 Could Anai Yang really get Madame Zhao to speak? How could that be possible? Does she think she's an immortal fairy? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang was neither flustered nor surprised. She almost wanted to laugh. The little divine doctor must be a very competent person then. Anai Yang smiled faintly, did not respond, just pulled out a gold needle from her bag and unblocked the acupoints of Madame Zhao. A gentle breeze lifted the curtain. Despite the winter weather, Anai Yang, dressed in a plain white cheongsam with a light purple coat over it, did not seem to feel the cold at all. Her fair fingers skillfully handled the gold needle, puncturing accurately into the acupoints. Everything looked as serene as a painting. During the acupuncture, Madame Zhao slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Zhao Shen anxiously asked, Yang, what's wrong with my mom? Lin Fang was shocked. Mom, she isn't? Is she dead? It would be great if the old lady was dead. If she was dead, Lin Fang wouldn't have any concerns. Lin Fang was exhilarated. This could give her the perfect opportunity to put Anai Yang and Shangguan Furong behind bars. For causing harm to others. This was no minor crime. If the old lady died and, incidentally, she got rid of Shangguan Furong and Anai Yang, it would be killing two birds with one stone. It's fine, said Anai Yang while maintaining her composure. She just fell asleep because I hit the Onmian acupoint. Oh. Zhao Shen nodded in relief. After hearing this, Lin Fang was utterly disappointed. Not dead? But even if she didn't die, she probably wouldn't live much longer anyway. Anai Yang could at best be said to be attractive. How could she possibly know genuine medical skills? Just then, footstep sounds could be heard from outside the door. Chang Yu walked in from outside. Mom, Dad, I heard a miracle doctor is treating Grandma. I came especially to take a look. Xiaoye, come over here. Let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Furong. And this miracle doctor is your Aunt Furong's niece. Lin Fang deliberately put emphasis on the term miracle doctor, somewhat mocking. Upon seeing Anai Yang, Chang Yu was completely taken aback. Anai Yang? A business owner appearing at the Zhao family home? Was the Zhao family a place she could enter? What miracle doctor? Isn't she just a noodle shop owner? Chang Yu said dismissively. A noodle shop owner. Upon hearing this, Lin Fang's smirk became more pronounced. She laughed and said, This is the first time I've heard that a noodle seller could become a miracle doctor. Chang Yu continued, Dad, don't be fooled by her. This Anai Yang was my classmate. She was just a noodle seller and wouldn't know anything about medicine. What if something happens to Grandma during her treatment? Who will be responsible then? Could such a small business owner be trusted? Lin Fang was displeased. Xiaoye, what are you talking about? This little miracle doctor here is your Aunt Furong's niece. After all, your Aunt Furong and your grandmother have the in-law relationship. How could she possibly harm your grandmother? Although these words seemed to be defending Shangguan Furong, on the contrary they covertly hinted that Shangguan Furong wanted to harm Madame Zhao. Only then did Chang Yu understand what Lin Fang meant. Anai Yang was now Shangguan Furong's niece? What happened? Could it be that Anai Yang's mother had married into the Shangguan family? If that was the case, then the incident in the clothing store the other time was definitely planned out by Anai Yang. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Almost instantaneously, Chang Yu and Lin Fang were on the same page. Anai Yang, this scumbag. She was really shameless. Chang Yu narrowed her eyes. I am not talking nonsense. Mom, you go and ask around on the streets, how many noodle vendors can practice medicine? This person was brought here by Aunt Furong, right? Aunt Furong should take full responsibility if anything happens to Grandma, right? Shangguan Furong stood up from her chair. You mother and daughter should stop your duo. If something does happen to Mother today, I, Shangguan Furong, will take full responsibility. I won't let anyone else get implicated. Furong, don't get angry, I trust you, said Zhao Shen, and then turned to Lin Fang and Xiao Ye. You two have no manners. Lin Fang was normally a person who was good at accommodating people's moods, but today, she didn't know what happened. She kept provoking Shangguan Furong and Ni Yang. Lin Fang played the victim. Xiao Ye and I are also considering for Mom's sake. Mom is already so seriously ill. If she, towards the end, she was crying so hard she couldn't speak. If an outsider saw this, they would really think Lin Fang was a filial and good daughter-in-law. Zhao Shen sighed. All right, I got it. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725. Revealing the Truth. _2. While the group was arguing, Ni Yang remained calm, appearing to be indifferent to the situation. When Zhao Shen walked back to the bedside, he was astonished to find that Mrs. Zhao's facial features had returned to their original positions. She had been disfigured due to the stroke, but now, she had miraculously recovered. This was truly extraordinary. At the same time, Mrs. Zhao slowly opened her eyes, and the murkiness at the bottom of her eyes gradually cleared. Mom, Zhao Shen joyfully said, Mom, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? Looking at Zhao Shen, Mrs. Zhao's eyes suddenly reddened. Awake? Lin Fang gasped in surprise, rushed to the bedside, and forced out a couple of crocodile tears. Mom, you're awake. You finally woke up. You scared me to death just now. Mrs. Zhao stared at Lin Fang, making whimpering sounds from her throat, as if she was accusing Lin Fang of her wrongdoings. Seeing that Mrs. Zhao still couldn't speak, Lin Fang breathed a sigh of relief. Divine Doctor, didn't you say you could get my mother to speak? Lin Fang looked at Ni Yang. Ni Yang opened her medicine box, took out a syringe and various Western medications. It just needs one last injection, don't rush. Although she practiced traditional Chinese medicine, she didn't belittle Western medicine. Sometimes, the combination of both can produce better therapeutic effects. Mrs. Zhao glared fiercely at Lin Fang. If stairs could kill, Lin Fang would already have been dead hundreds of times over. Lin Fang asked, Mom, do you want to say something? The whimpering sound grew louder, and Mrs. Zhao's eyes got bigger and bigger. Lin Fang continued, Mom, I understand what you mean. Do you want to stop the Divine Doctor from treating you? Did she hurt you? I get it, don't worry. I am here today. I will protect you and not let anybody touch you. In reality, at this moment, Lin Fang was feeling somewhat anxious. Because Ni Yang did indeed restore Mrs. Zhao's facial features to their original position. What if she accidentally enables Mrs. Zhao to speak? Then what? No way. She can't afford to take that risk. Chang Yu immediately detected Lin Fang's intentions and quickly stood beside Lin Fang. Right, Grandma? My mom and I will protect you and won't let anyone hurt you. Ni Yang just watched the mother-daughter duo, a faint smile playing at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were icy. What are you panicking for? Are you that afraid it'll cure Mrs. Zhao? Turning to them, Ni Yang continued, or did you do something shameful and want to cover it up? Lin Fang was already feeling guilty at this moment, and these words hit a nerve. What nonsense are you spewing? What shameful thing have I done? Ni Yang maintained her composure. Are you angry out of shame? What do you mean I'm angry out of shame? I think you're just talking rubbish. Lin Fang grabbed Ni Yang's hand and started to cause trouble. Come on. You must clarify what you meant today. If not, I won't let this go. Let go. Ni Yang slightly frowned. Lin Fang continued, if you don't clarify your comments today, I won't let go. Although I, Lin Fang, am just a woman, I can't let others falsely accuse me. How could she let go at this moment? If she let go, wouldn't it mean she was admitting her wrongdoings? Lin Fang, don't disturb Yang Yang's treatment of Mom. Zhao Shen pulled Lin Fang away. Lin Fang quickly replied, Brother Shen, this Ni Yang harbors ill intentions. She even falsely accused me of doing something shameful. She frankly has no medical skills. Don't be fooled by her. And also, Mom said she's unwilling to let her treat her. Mom's right, Dad, don't be fooled by her. I was Ni Yang's classmate. No one knows her better than I do. Chang Yu said. Mrs. Zhao anxiously whimpered. Lin Fang seized the opportunity and said, Brother Shen, look at Mom's current state. It's quite clear she doesn't want Ni Yang to continue treating her. The whimpering became louder, as Mrs. Zhao was afraid Zhao Shen would believe Lin Fang's lies. Lin Fang continued, Brother Shen, hurry up and ask them to leave. Zhao Shen's face darkened, and he said to Lin Fang, Shut up. This was the first time Zhao Shen lost his temper since they got married. Both Lin Fang and Chang Yu were scared. They'd assumed Zhao Shen was spineless after seeing how he was completely enthralled by Shangguan Furong. Who would have thought Zhao Shen did indeed have a temper? I'm sorry, Yang Yang, that you had to witness this farce. Zhao Shen turned to look at Ni Yang. Yang Yang, please continue. Don't worry, I believe in you. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726, Revealing the Truth. _3. Ni Yang nodded, squeezed out the air in the syringe, and aimed it at the vein on Granny Zhao's arm. The room fell quiet. Everyone's gaze was focused on Ni Yang and Granny Zhao. According to Ni Yang, after this injection, Granny Zhao should be able to speak. Could it be true? Especially Lin Fang and Chang Yu, their hearts were beating anxiously. What if Granny Zhao really could talk? What would they do then? Would Zhao Shen kick them out of the Zhao family? Zhao Shen walked over, nervously asking, Mom, how are you feeling now? The only response to Zhao Shen was a hum. Lin Fang's tense heart finally relaxed. She knew this Ni Yang was not capable. Chang Yu snorted. Didn't someone just swear that my grandmother could speak after the injection? Ni Yang didn't get angry. His handsome face remained calm as he walked over to Granny Zhao and removed the golden needle from the Suliu acupoint. Granny, how do you feel now? Granny Zhao looked at Ni Yang. Her stiff throat seemed to ease up, and she tried to say something. Smoke. She could speak. She finally could speak. Yang Yang. Mom, you can speak. Zhao Shen rushed over. Shen Bao. Granny. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing also came over. Zijuan, Ziqing. Granny Zhao's eyes turned red. Lin Fang stared at this scene, almost dumbfounded, a chill rising from the bottom of her heart. How is this possible? What should she do? What should she do now? Chang Yu was even more panic-stricken. She was not unaware of what her mother had done. This old lady would surely tattle now. Was she, a spoiled princess, about to be kicked out of her home after only a month? As expected, Granny Zhao's next words were, Shen Bao, call the police immediately and arrest these venomous mother-daughter duo. What? Zhao Shen was stunned for a moment. Granny Zhao tearfully accused Lin Fang of her crimes. Zhao Shen's face gradually turned cold. He never thought that the kind-hearted Lin Fang could be so malicious. Upon hearing that his granny had suffered so much recently, Zhao Zijuan rushed over to hit Lin Fang. Evil woman! You evil woman! How could you bully my granny? Lin Fang also panicked, falling to her knees with a thud, her face pale as a sheet. I really didn't, Brother Shen. Granny has falsely accused me. If you didn't, then where did these wounds come from? Ni Yang lifted Granny Zhao's quilt and rolled up her clothes. Granny Zhao's arms and back were covered in bruises. I didn't do it. I didn't. Lin Fang vehemently denied. If not you, then who? Ni Yang's tone was mild, but it carried an intimidating force. Speaking of these wounds, Granny Zhao burst into tears. She hit me. Not only did she hit me, she also starved me. I, Wang Yuehua, have lived a life of wealth and worry-free. Little did I know that in my old age, I would have to endure such torment. Shen Bao, you must seek justice for me. Lin Fang stared at An Yang, her eyes wide with disbelief. It's you! You vile creature, trying to ruin me! You were the one who stopped me from marrying into the Shangguan family, and now you're stirring up trouble. Shut up, you wretch! Losing patience, Zhao Shen gave Lin Fang a fierce slap in the face. The slap was so hard that Lin Fang's left cheek swelled immediately. I really didn't. Brother Shen, please believe me. Lin Fang clutched at Zhao Shen's trouser leg in a pathetic manner. Dad, believe Mom. Mom is not that kind of person. Chang Yu also knelt beside Zhao Shen. The mother and daughter pleaded with Zhao Shen. It was then that Granny Zhao seemed to remember something. Not only did they abuse me, they also abused Ziqing. These days, I could always hear Ziqing crying from upstairs. It's my fault, I'm an incompetent grandmother and I couldn't protect my own granddaughter. Ziqing, my poor granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shen was stunned. Lin Fang even hit children. Shangguan Furong walked over to Zhao Ziqing, squatting down to look her in the eye. Ziqing, did she hit you? No. I didn't hit her. Lin Fang denied with all her might, threatening Zhao Ziqing with her eyes. Little beast, if she dared to talk nonsense today, Lin Fang would kill her. Zhao Ziqing took a step back. She wanted to nod, but she was afraid. What if everyone left and Lin Fang beat her again? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, Revealing the Truth. _4. She was terrified. Suppressing her inner rage, Shangguan Furong spoke in as gentle a voice as possible. Ziqing, please speak up. Did she beat you? You don't have to be scared. Mom is here and I will protect you. Please be honest with me. No, I didn't. Zhao Ziqing carefully glanced at Lin Fang with utmost fear in her eyes. Eventually, she burst into tears, clinging tightly to Shangguan Furong's neck. I am scared. Ziqing's terrified confession broke Shangguan Furong's heart. It was her fault. She was the one who allowed her 2 children to suffer. I want to stay with Mum. I don't want to be with Dad anymore. Auntie Lin Fang is a bad lady. She pinched me and pricked me with this injection. My elder sister is also bad. She snatches my things and calls me a beast. As Zhao Ziqing spoke, she loosened her clothes to reveal the bruising on her body and countless needle holes on her arms and back. The sight was horrifying. Ziqing, my poor child. It's all my fault I let you suffer. Shangguan Furong held Zhao Ziqing in a tight embrace. No wonder Lin Fang prevented her from seeing the kids before. If only she had located Zhao Shen sooner, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Shangguan Furong was consumed by regret and heartache. From the day her daughter was born, she never even had the heart to smack her once, let alone allowed her to be beaten to a pulp by Lin Fang. Mom, cried Zhao Ziqing. As a father, Zhao Shen could no longer bear it and he grabbed Lin Fang's hair in anger. Lin Fang, what have you done? Ziqing is only 8 years old. She's still a child. How could you do this to her? No. She's lying about me. They're framing me together. They want to kick me out. Brother Shen, don't be fooled, don't. Lin Fang implored painfully as she clung onto Zhao Shen's trousers despite the pain in her scalp. Shangguan Furong charged forward to grab Lin Fang's sleeve, pushed her to the ground, and then grabbed her by the throat. Lin Fang, you inhuman beast. I will kill you. One life for another. Miss, please calm down. An Yang came over and held Shangguan Furong's hand. It's not worth risking your freedom for her. You still have Zijuan and Ziqing to take care of. His words immediately sobered her up and she released Lin Fang. An Yang was right. She was not worth it. Once Lin Fang was released, she began coughing violently. Shangguan Furong had certainly shown no mercy. Zhao Shen asked the servants to call the police. Brother Shen, forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. I'll take good care of our mother. Please pardon me. Lin Fang kneeled on the ground and bowed down in remorse. If she had known this day would come, she wouldn't have treated old Madame Zhao and Zhao Ziqing the way she did. Lin Fong felt regret. She was genuinely regretful. It took her a great struggle to marry into a wealthy family. She didn't want to go to jail or lose everything. Get out! Zhao Shen kicked Lin Fong away angrily. Lin Fong crawled over once again. Brother Shen, give me one more chance. I know I was wrong. I really recognize my mistake. Dad, please forgive Mum this time. Chang Yu also kneeled beside Lin Fong. I'm not your father. The police arrived shortly. Lin Fong and Chang Yu were arrested for abusing the elderly and a child. With guilt written all over his face, Zhao Shen looked at old Madame Zhao. I'm sorry, I let you and Ziqing suffer. I'm the one to blame. I brought the wolf into our house. It's my fault. Zhao Shen started slapping himself as he confessed his guilt. He felt regretful. He should not have betrayed Shangguan Furong in the first place. Although Shangguan Furong was a bit domineering, she was never oppressive towards the elderly or children. She had taken very good care of old Madame Zhao when she was bedridden. Who would have thought that Lin Fong would treat the elderly this way when she took over? Every time he thought of the torment that old Madame Zhao and Zhao Ziqing went through, Zhao Shen could not forgive himself. Old Madame Zhao tearfully looked at Zhao Shen. Shen Bao, it's not entirely your fault. I am also to blame. I am suffering the consequences of my own actions. But I'm sorry for what has happened to Ziqing. The fact that Lin Fong was able to marry into the Zhao family so smoothly was also because of her. She was full of regret. During the period of being abused by Lin Fong, her thoughts often returned to Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong had been married into the Zhao family for 19 years. Although she was somewhat dominant, she never mistreated her. She even took care of her day and night whenever she fell ill. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Revealing the Truth. _5. People only learn to cherish what they have once they lose it. Old Mrs. Zhao shed tears of regret. Furong, can you forgive your mother? Mrs. Zhao looked at Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong replied, Mom, what's done is done. There's no point dwelling on it. But I can't let Zhao Shen take care of Ziqing anymore. If there was one Lin Fong, there could be a second Lin Fong. It's safer to raise her child herself. I want to go with Mom. Zhao Ziqing tightly held Shangguan Furong's hand. Old Mrs. Zhao sighed. At this point, she had no reason to try to keep Ziqing. She had brought this upon herself. Zhao Shen then said, I admit that I was wrong. Since Ziqing wants to go with you, just take her. He could understand Shangguan Furong's feelings. Zhao Shen then added, Can you bring the children back to visit their grandmother from time to time? Of course. Shangguan Furong nodded. When leaving, Ni Yang gave Zhao Shen a prescription. Take this for a month, and old Mrs. Zhao will recover. Really? Zhao Shen asked in surprise. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. Yang, I can't thank you enough. Zhao Shen bowed deeply to Ni Yang. When Shangguan Furong and the children returned to the Shangguan residence, Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing had already fallen asleep after crying their hearts out. Even in sleep, Zhao Ziqing's brows were still tightly knitted. Downstairs. After hearing what had happened, old Mrs. Shangguan couldn't help but shed tears of sympathy. Poor children, poor children. I knew long ago that Lin Fong was no good. But Mrs. Shangguan never imagined that Lin Fong could hurt a child. Where is Lin Fong now? What is your uncle's stance? Shangguan, she asked. Shangguan Furong said, Your uncle was kept in the dark about all of this. Not only did Lin Fong abuse Ziqing, but she also mistreated Ziqing's grandmother. The police have already taken them away. People like her. I wish we could tear her limb from limb. Shangguan, she said, filled with hatred. Ni Yang handed some potion to Shangguan Furong. Auntie, this potion has the effect of promoting blood circulation, reducing swelling, and removing scars. Add it to Ziqing's bathwater at night and let her soak for 15 minutes. Do this for a week, and you'll see results. All right. Shangguan Furong took the potion. Thank you for everything today, Yang. If it weren't for Ni Yang today, who knows how much more suffering Zhao Ziqing would have to endure. As a mother, every time she thought of this, she felt scared. We're family, no need to thank me. Ni Yang said softly. Shangguan Dehui, with a serious look on his face, stood to the side. Feng, don't take offense to what I'm about to say. This is all your own doing. If it weren't for Shangguan Furong's domineering and strong-willed nature, the children wouldn't have suffered like this. Shangguan Furong didn't respond because it was indeed her fault, so she wouldn't refute it. Shangguan Dehui continued, now that you've brought Ziqing back, what does the Zhao family say? After all, when they divorced, Zhao Ziqing went with Zhao Shen. Shangguan Furong replied, he didn't voice any objections. He just asked me to bring Ziqing and Zijuan back to visit often. Hearing this, old Mrs. Shangguan asked, Furong, do you really see no possibility of reconciliation with Zhao Shen? Shangguan Furong shook her head. Given how things have developed, how could there be any possibilities between her and Zhao Shen? What about the children? Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, with a stepmother, there's bound to be a stepfather. And with a stepfather, there's bound to be a stepmother. Can you guarantee the children will be treated kindly in your future marriage? Shangguan Furong paused momentarily, then said, Mom, I haven't given any thought to remarrying. But you will eventually have to consider it. Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, everyone makes mistakes. Furthermore, you both made mistakes here. Give Zhao Shen another chance, for the sake of Zijuan and Ziqing. The old lady couldn't bear to see the children suffer again. It's really hard for divorced women to find a good man. If Shangguan Furong were to meet someone unworthy, wouldn't the children have to suffer again? While Zhao Shen made mistakes, he had been good to Shangguan Furong. It was Shangguan Furong who didn't appreciate him. And, after all, Zhao Shen was their children's biological father. But I can't get over it, Shangguan Furong continued. Who says a divorced woman must remarry? I can take care of my 2 children by myself, and we can live a good life. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, Revealing the Truth. _6. For her children, she could choose not to marry. She was ready to make that sacrifice. Lady Shangguan sighed, you can give up on having a husband, but growing children cannot lack a father. You don't consider your own needs, but you should think for the sake of your 2 children at least. Shangguan Furong fell silent. Lady Shangguan continued, Zijuan is 10 years old, and Ziqing is only 8 this year. Feng, you ought to think, can you bear it? Shangguan Furong sighed deeply, Mother, stop it. There is no chance for Zhao Shen and me anymore. She could forgive every mistake. Except for infidelity. She knew she had been quite excessive in the past, but, no matter how bad she had been, she never cheated on Zhao Shen. She has met men better Zhao Shen before. Moreover, because of Zhao Shen's affair, Ziqing suffers so much. Noticing the increasingly tense atmosphere, Ni Zuehua tactfully intervened, I washed some grapes and strawberries, Mom, Feng, you both should eat more. The grave conversation was skillfully switched. 3 days later, the police reported that Lin Feng was sentenced to 3 years for abusing the elderly and a child. Chang Yu, as an accomplice, received a 1-year sentence. Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Furong sighed in relief. After a 3-year jail sentence and having a criminal record, Lin Feng would be less trouble when she gets out. The potion that Ni Yen gave worked wonders. Within 3 days, Zhao Ziqing had recovered a lot, her complexion improved, but she occasionally cried in her sleep, begging Lin Feng not to hit her. The weather was good today, as the snow under the sunshine started to slowly melt. In the air, one could smell the crisp scent of melting snow. Ni Yen went to the Zhao family to give Mrs. Zhao a checkup. Mrs. Zhao, with her upper body now capable of moving, was effusively thankful to Ni Yen. Ni Yen gave her hope. However, the person she should be thanking even more is Shangguan Furong. Without Shangguan Furong's persuasion, Zhao Shen would have not thought to seek Ni Yan's help. Yang, could I ask you for a favor? Mrs. Zhao hesitated before asking. Speak your mind. Ni Yan's radiant face remained the same, as the sunlight shone through the window, casting a soft halo onto her. Until then, Mrs. Zhao had never seen such a beautiful young girl. Mrs. Zhao went on, I know the Zhao family did many unjust things in the past. I can apologize, and I regret. Can you go back and ask Farong if she can give Zhao Shen another chance? Ni Yan, with an apologetic expression, said, I'm sorry, Mrs. Zhao, it may be inappropriate for me, as the younger generation, to intervene in elders' affairs. The right and wrong of the situation were clear, Shangguan Farong and Zhao Shen each responsible for half. But in Ni Yan's eyes, infidelity is something unforgivable. No reason could justify adultery. So she will not intervene in this matter, the decision would be up to Shangguan Farong. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao sighed, I considered inadequately. Since Ni Yan refused to get involved, she could not force her. As Ni Yan was walking out of the Zhao family gate with her medical kit, she bumped into Shangguan Farong and the two children returning. Sister Ni Yan, is my grandmother getting better? Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing walked up to ask. Ni Yan smiled and replied, You too, rest assured Mrs. Zhao's recovery is going very well. Thank you, Sister Ni Yan. Ni Yan bid farewell to Shangguan Farong before leaving the Zhao family. Zhao Shen, by whatever means, managed to hire back those workers who were previously dismissed by Lin Fong, including the old butler. Upon seeing Shangguan Farong, everyone was quite excited. Ma'am, you're back. Shangguan Farong smiled and said, You all are back as well, but from now on, I will not be your mistress anymore. Upon hearing this, everyone felt somewhat sentimental. How did everything change so suddenly? In the eyes of the servants, Shangguan Farong was a very good mistress. She was generous and never intentionally made things difficult for them. Shangguan Farong didn't say much to everyone. Instead, she went upstairs with the two children. Seeing Shangguan Farong and the two children made Mrs. Zhao very happy. Farong, thank you for bringing the children back to see me. Shangguan Farong said, No matter what, you are Zijuan and Ziking's grandmother. This time Shangguan Farong didn't call her Mom anymore, and Mrs. Zhao felt somewhat disappointed. Is there really no chance for Shangguan Farong and Zhao Shen? Ni Yan, with her medical kit on her back, walked down the street where the ice and snow were melting. The street was bustling and especially lively. From afar, she saw an old man with gray hair limping onto a step to sit down, seemingly injured. Ni Yan quickly walked over. Sir, are you okay? Do you need my help? The old man looked up and froze. His eyes welled up with warmth. This face, it gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ni Yan continued, Sir, did you hurt your foot? I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I might be able to help you. The man looked very serious, probably in his 60s or 70s. For some reason, his gaze towards her carried an unknown sentimentality. Sir, replied Ni Yan as the old man remained silent after some time. The old man finally reacted, Young lady, what's your name? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Godenai family _unlike. Very much alike. Even though he can't pinpoint who exactly this child resembles, the old man immediately thought of his daughter who has been missing for many years. Indeed, this old man is Zheng Jun, the patriarch of the Zheng family. Lately, the old man has been feeling his health deteriorating by the day, hence he no longer stays in his room all day as he did before. He hoped to find his only daughter, to lay eyes on her one more time before his departure. Whether she's alive or dead, he wished to receive some news. If the unfortunate really happened, he wanted to offer incense at his daughter's grave. My name is Ni Yang. Ni as in a single person, and Yang as in producing smoke from warming jade in the sun. For reasons unknown, Ni Yang felt an inexplicable closeness upon seeing Old Master Zheng. Old Master Zheng was not a man of many words and would hardly speak a word to Zheng Xianjing in half a month. However, Today, he couldn't help but introduce himself to Ni Yang. My surname is Zheng. I'm called Jing Jun Zheng as in cover the ears, Jun as in a critical moment. Grandpa Zheng, just call me Yang Yang. Ni Yang continued, by the way, did you injure your foot? Speaking of which, old Master Zheng responded with a painful smile, I was just chasing a thief. Who knew that I wouldn't catch the thief, but instead sprain my own leg? Is it this foot? Ni Yang crouched down halfway. Old Master Zheng nodded. Let me take a look. Today, the snow had melted, leaving a lot of muddy water on old Master Zheng's shoes, but Ni Yang didn't mind the dirt. Directly taking off his shoes, it seems slightly displaced, let me reset it for you. It might hurt a little, try to bear with it. Okay, old Master Zheng nodded, thanks, Yang Yang. While talking to old Master Zheng, Ni Yang was also diverting his attention. Crack. The intense pain makes old Master Zheng turn pale. Ni Yang stood up from the ground. Grandpa Zheng, try standing up. Old Master Zheng got up from the steps, tried to walk a few steps, and said in surprise, it doesn't hurt anymore. Not at all. Yang Yang, you are really amazing. Unconsciously, old Master Zheng didn't realize that he's been speaking more and his typically serious face had also broken into many smiles. Ni Yang smiled, it's just a little trick. Yang Yang, did you inherit this traditional Chinese medicine practice from your ancestors? Old Master Zheng asked. Ni Yang shook her head, I have a master. Old Master Zheng said, then your master must be a hermit. How old are you, Yang Yang? 19. She was 17 when she first came to Beijing, and time flew by so quickly that it's already been 2 years. Old Master Zheng nodded, Yang Yang, judging from your accent, you don't seem to be from Beijing. Yes, I'm from Haicheng. I came to Beijing 2 years ago. Ni Yang said, Haicheng. Haicheng is still over 2,000 kilometers away from the place where Zheng Tingting went missing years ago. Old Master Zheng's eyes dimmed a bit. Ni Yang continued, Grandpa Zheng, I notice you have swollen eyes and faint dark circles. Are you having trouble sleeping recently? I'm old, not as good as before. Old Master Zheng sighed. Ni Yang took out a light blue sachet from her bag. This is for you. What is this? Old Master Zheng was puzzled. Ni Yang continued, this is a sachet made of medicinal herbs which can improve sleep. You can try using it. Old Master Zheng reached out and took it. There was indeed a faint medicinal smell lingering on the sachet. How much does it cost? Old Master Zheng continued, and also for earlier when you helped reset my bone. Money is the best way to express gratitude in this world. And other than money, old Master Zheng couldn't find any other way. Ni Yang smiled, helping you with the bone reset was just a small effort, and this sachet is not worth much. You could look at as me promoting the virtues of traditional Chinese medicine. The upbringing of this child was too good. Also, the feeling she gave was not like that of a 19-year-old girl at all. There was a sense of time weathering all things about her. Old Master Zheng, who had seen numerous people in his life, this was the first time he had seen such a gifted young girl. Traditional Chinese medicine has been inherited for thousands of years. It's a pity that Western medicine has been in the limelight in the recent years and traditional Chinese medicine is gradually falling behind. Yang Yang, you're so young yet your medical skills are so good, that's too rare. Old Master Zheng received an old-style education in his youth, so he always held traditional Chinese medicine in high regard. Unfortunately, in this rising age, people have gradually forgotten about traditional Chinese medicine. By the way, Yang Yang, my wife has been unwell recently, suffering from a persistent cough. Would you be willing to make a house visit if I wanted to engage your services? Old Master Zheng asked. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, Godinai Family _2. Ni Yang nodded, it's my honor. Old Master Zheng's eyes lit up, then give me an address. When I go back and tell my wife, I'll come and visit you. Ni Yang continued, if it's from Monday to Friday, you can find me at number 56 Jinghua Village. If it's the weekend, I'm usually at Phoenix Villa number 23. Phoenix Villa is where the Shengguan family lives, and Ni Yang stays there 2 days a week. Old Master Zheng, being a scholar, had a habit of carrying paper and pen with him. He immediately jotted down the addresses. After saying goodbye to Old Master Zheng, Ni Yang visited several noodle restaurants and milk tea shops. Now there are 12 branch stores of noodle restaurants and milk tea shops in Beijing, making a total of 22 branches. And all the properties were bought outright. Now Wang Jinfang and Zhou Qingshang are the general manager and deputy general manager of the branches respectively. Their monthly salary has increased from the initial 35 yuan to 128 yuan. Each store also has its own store manager. The store managers are villagers from Jinghua village. Regular employees are recruited from outside. The store manager's salary is 98 yuan a month. The salary for regular employees has also increased to 45 yuan per month. Ni Yang trusts everyone. With high salaries, everyone is very dedicated to their work, never leaving any headache for Ni Yang. Despite the increase in employee wages, the prices of milk tea and noodles have not risen. So whether it's a workday or a holiday, the noodle restaurants and milk tea shops are always crowded. Seeing Ni Yang making money, others were very envious, and for a while, countless imitators sprang up. Some even opened shops right across from Ni Yang's. But Ni Yang has never been surpassed. Zheng family. As soon as Old Master Zheng returned home, he saw that there were visitors. The visitors were none other than Old Master Zheng's second and third brothers. However, Old Master Zheng walked upstairs as if he hadn't seen the two. Old Mrs. Zheng was hosting the guests in the living room. Zheng Lingling served hot tea to them. Uncle 2, Uncle 3, please have some tea. Old Master Zheng's second brother is named Zheng Xing and his third brother is named Zheng Gao. Although they all have the surname Zheng, their background is not half as good as Old Master Zheng's. The Zheng family is an esteemed, wealthy family, while Zheng Xing and Zheng Gao's families can at best be called rich. So Zheng Lingling didn't like these two old men at all. If it weren't for the sake of Old Master Zheng and Mrs. Zheng, she wouldn't even care to deal with them. Second brother and third brother, is there something you came here for today? Mrs. Zheng broke the silence. Zheng Gao did not speak. He picked up the teacup, took a sip and looked toward Zheng Sheng. Zheng Xing gave a smile. Sister-in-law, how have you and my brother been lately? We are doing fine, old Mrs. Zheng replied. How about Suyu? Zheng Xing continued. Suyu is doing well too. Mrs. Zheng also took a sip of tea. If you really care about Suyu, why not take her home for a few days? She has been missing you. At these words, Zheng Xing and Zheng Gao both jumped in surprise. I think Suyu is better off staying here, sister-in-law. You are so thoughtful, you will surely take good care of her. Yes, yes, yes. Zheng Gao immediately echoed. Although Suyu is their sister, she is now a complete lunatic. Not only is she useless, she is a burden. Given their modest family conditions, they dare not take on such a burden. Old Mrs. Zheng couldn't help but see through her two brothers, she continued. If you two have something to say, just say it directly. Since sister-in-law has said so, I won't beat around the bush, Zheng Xing carried on. Sister-in-law, Minghui quit his job a few days ago and he hasn't found a suitable job till now, you see. Before Zheng Xing could finish, Zheng Gao couldn't wait to say, and our Mingming also quit his job. Sister-in-law, we are all family, you can't play favorites. Stop it! Zheng Xing shouted unhappily. Do you know there is a hierarchy among elders and youngsters? I haven't finished yet. After saying that, Zheng Xing turned to Mrs. Zheng with a smile. Sister-in-law, both of these kids are your dear nephews, you won't ignore them, right? Zheng Lingling stood on the side, almost unable to maintain the smile on her face. These two old guys are really shameless. Do they really think the Zheng family is out of members? She, the eldest daughter, is still here. They are thinking about dividing the Zheng assets. Old Mrs. Zheng maintained her smile. Since they have resigned, they should be looking for new jobs. How could telling me solve their problems? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, Goldeneye Family _3. Solution is there. Zheng Xing said, why can't it be solved? The Zheng Corporation is such a large group, there must be so many vacant positions. Sister-in-law, you might as well give Minghui a chance to serve as general manager. Zheng Gao said, what about our Mingming? He's a 3-time graduate. If Minghui can be made general manager, our Mingming should at least be a deputy general manager, right? Upon hearing this, Zheng Lingling's face was filled with a mocking expression. General manager? Vice general manager? These two old fools really dared to speak. Zheng Minghui and Zheng Mingming are just two idlers, even more wieldless than Mo Qishan. Elderly Mrs. Zheng looked at Zheng Gao and Zheng Sheng, twisted the Buddha beads in her hands, her voice neither loud nor soft. The positions of general manager and deputy general manager are too small. Why not let them be the chairman? Hearing this, Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao were overwhelmed with disbelief. Could they have misheard? Zheng Sheng smiled and said, Sister-in-law, this is too embarrassing. If you intend to vacate the position of chairman, then we can't help but thank you. You can rest assured if you hand the Zheng Corporation over to our Minghui. As soon as these words were spoken, Zheng Gao immediately became displeased. Why should the position of chairman be Minghui's? What about our Mingming? The Zheng Corporation is not yours. I won't agree to let Minghui be the chairman. On what grounds are you refusing? Our Minghui is the eldest son and grandson of old Zheng's family. He should be the chairman without a doubt. Eldest son and grandson? You must really think we're still in a feudal society? There's no such thing as a hereditary system now. I say, the position of chairman should be our Mingming's. Can your Minghui match our Mingming? The two older brothers quarreled incessantly. Enough! Madame Zheng banged the Buddha beads on the table violently. Shut up, all of you! The air turned quiet instantly. It was as if someone had pressed pause. You're all behaving atrociously. Mrs. Zheng's face was cold. Don't you weigh your own worth, and yet you fancy the position of chairman? Hearing this, Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao's faces alternated between green and white. Zheng Sheng felt wronged and said, Sister-in-law, you're being unfair. It was you who said you were going to vacate the position of chairman. Zheng Gao echoed on the side. Exactly, as the saying goes, eldest brother is like a father, and his wife is like a mother. Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao were somewhat wary of their elder sister-in-law. Old Madame Zheng continued, there are 2 team leader positions open in the security department. Let Minghui and Mingming go apply. Security team leader? It sounds like a prestigious title. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zheng Gao thanked her with a smile. We are all family, I knew that you would never let us down. Zheng Sheng pondered, security department? Isn't the security department security? Job title, security is a new concept at this time, and many are still uncertain about it. It's security. Mrs. Zheng nodded. Upon hearing this, Zheng Sheng was not pleased. Security guard? Isn't that just a gatekeeper? How can we let Minghui become a gatekeeper? Although it's a family business, sister-in-law, you should at least give Minghui a position. Zheng Gao was also unhappy. Sister-in-law, Mingming is after all your biological nephew. How can you stand to let him guard the door? What? Do you two also look down upon the position of security team leader? Mrs. Zheng laughed and asked. Sister-in-law, we're all family here. There's no need for this, is there? Exactly. Zheng Corporation has so many cushy jobs. You'd rather give them to outsiders than keep them for your own nephews. Sister-in-law, that's questionable. Madame Zheng picked up her teacup. Precisely because Minghui and Mingming are my nephews, I want to give them the chance to serve as team leaders. If Mingming were an outsider, he wouldn't even qualify to step into the Zheng Corporation. The last sentence was not spoken loudly, but it turned Jing Sheng and Jing Jun pale. Sister-in-law, Madame Zheng continued, do you two have other things to say? If not, I want to rest. Yes, we do. Zheng Gao nodded hastily. Say it. Mrs. Zheng was succinct. Zheng Gao looked troubled as he glanced at Zheng Lingling and the other servants. Madame Zheng, a very intelligent woman, instantly understood his meaning. She looked at Zheng Lingling. Lingling, lead them out for now. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, Godenai Family _4. Alright, Mum. Zheng Lingling nodded. In an instant, all the servants in the room had left. Go ahead, what's on your mind? The old lady of the Zheng family continued. Zheng Gao nudged Zheng Xing with his elbow. Zheng Xing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sis-in-law, I've heard that your and my brother's health have been poor recently. The old lady of the Zheng family spun her Buddha beads in silence. Zheng Xing continued. Sis-in-law, as the saying goes, we can't deny aging. As one gets older, all bodily functions begin to weaken, stop working, and none could predict which comes first, tomorrow or an accident. Therefore, it's necessary to prepare in advance. At this point, Zheng Gao immediately lowered his voice and added, Don't blame me for being blunt as a younger brother, sis-in-law. Lingling is not your biological daughter after all. It's a common saying that one doesn't let one's riches benefit others. If there were to be any accidents, we can't simply let outsiders benefit, right? You still have Mingming and Minghui, who are capable of holding up the family. Zheng Lingling was just an outsider. She didn't have the right to inherit the property of the Zheng family. The old lady of the Zheng family's biological daughter had died long ago, so the heirs to the family property should be Zheng Mingming and Zheng Minghui. The old lady of the Zheng family sneered, beating around the bush, you seem to be hoping for my early death. Not at all, sis-in-law. You misunderstood. We didn't mean that. Zheng Xing hurriedly explained. Zheng Gao continued, sis-in-law, we just want to remind you, don't let outsiders benefit. Outsiders are still outsiders, and they will never fully belong. Exactly. The second brother is right. Zheng Xing said, Chao Lingrui's surname is Chao. Even if it's changed now, she still has Chao as her surname. She has Chao family's blood in her veins. Chao Lingrui was Zheng Lingling's former name. Rest assured, even if I really have an accident and die, the Zheng family will not be taken advantage of. The old lady of the Zheng family spoke frankly. Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao appeared uncomfortable. Who talks like that? Shed really killed the conversation. You may leave. The old lady of the Zheng family stood from the sofa. I'm tired. As she finished speaking, she left Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao behind. Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao exchanged glances, both seeing disappointment in each other's eyes. The old lady of the Zheng family went to the study room upstairs, letting out a tired sigh. Aching. The old master, carrying a watering can, walked over from the balcony. Did you go out today? The old lady of the Zheng family asked. Yes, the old master nodded. Aching, I have something to discuss with you. At that moment, Zheng Lingling knocked on the door of the study room. Mom, Auntie Jiang is here. The old master glanced at the doctor and then said, Then I'll talk to you later. As he finished speaking, he headed towards the balcony. The balcony was filled with his favorite plants. Though it's winter, the red plum blossoms were exceptionally brilliant. The old lady of the Zheng family got up to welcome Dr. Jiang. Xiaoyan is here. Aching. Dr. Jiang put down her medical case and looked down the stairs in a low voice. I just saw Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao downstairs. They seemed a bit upset. The old lady of the Zheng family casually said, Don't mind them. Dr. Jiang continued, Those two are amusing. They were eager to ask about your and Zheng Jun's health conditions when they saw me coming in. When I told them you were fine, they seemed quite disappointed. Zheng Lingling seized this opportunity to sow discord. Mom, if you ask me, we shouldn't let those two men casually enter our house anymore. They are just eyeing our property. The old lady of the Zheng family looked at Zheng Lingling. You, as a junior, has no place to interrupt. Even if Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao were overstepping, they were the elders. Zheng Lingling shut her mouth abruptly. Dr. Jiang laughed and said, Don't blame Lingling for being blunt. Those two men really have gone too far. Even I, as an outsider, find it hard to watch. The old lady of the Zheng family responded, Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao are indeed a bit greedy, but it's not unforgivable. Dr. Jiang nodded and didn't continue the topic. Anyway, Aching, how have you been feeling recently? Any discomfort? Same as before, the old lady of the Zheng family replied. Oh. After the examination, Dr. Jiang repeated her usual advice. Aching, there are no major problems with your health. Just make sure to take your medication on time and take care of yourself. Okay. The old lady of the Zheng family nodded. Zheng Jun hasn't been feeling too well lately. Lingling, go get your dad and let Auntie Jiang have a look at him. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.